Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 my favorite gamer words. Tonight's Monday stream. I hope you all are doing quite well tonight. And my dog's immediately wanting to leave the door. I figured, of course, this always happens. This always happens. Makes me very sad, but it always fucking happens. Hello, but everybody except my dog. I hope you guys are having a good. Well, I do want my dog to have a good night, but I hope you guys are having a good night. So I know my dog's not. There we go. There we go. Give me a second. There we go. I always hate kicking him out. I know he'll want to leave as soon as I start yapping. I know that. But when he looks at me with his cute little puppy dog eyes, so comfortable in the blanket, like, I can't kick him out like that. He doesn't know why I'm kicking him out until I start yapping. Then he's like, now I want to leave. There we go. I don't like the fact that my dog doesn't like me talking, but at the same time, I can't actually blame him for it, because who actually likes women talking? Hello, Amalgamyte, greetings from Argentina. Well, welcome in, the Argentinians. How is Hitler doing in his new country there? I hope you're keeping him nice and comfortable. Good evening, Amal. How are you? Did you have fun with the Vampire the Masquerade yesterday? I did have fun yesterday. Lots of fun. Actually, if you like Nazi cat girls, I recommend checking it out on Arch's channel. Yes, I will be using the fact that it's a Nazi cat girl as the main selling point, because how can I not? we're literally Hitler. Like what? Every man's dream. But it was lots of fun. Apparently I'm a pretty good Malkavian, which is great because, you know, I am Malkavian. There. I'm glad I can be entertaining in that case, because I don't know. Role-playing in me is not exactly like a specialty of mine. I'm very one note. I'm just myself. Which is great, because apparently myself is just a Malkavian. Like, all I do is just, like, it's just me. Like, the amount of times, like, sometimes I talk to myself out loud. Most of the time I try to keep it in my head, but sometimes I get in moods where I talk to myself out loud. And I just go on those schizo rants. Like, that's literally just me going on a schizo rant. And I just do that, but I kind of add a little bit to the voice a little bit. And then I just try to keep it in the context of what's happening. And so it's literally just me. But apparently I'm a Malkavian, like in real life, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Because they're like, I saw so many people being like, oh, you know, that's such a great Malkavian, like, schizoing out. Like, she's good at role-playing this. And I'm sitting here being like, I'm glad I'm good at role-playing. But I'm not exactly role-playing either. I'm just doing what I do in real life. And just kind of cranking the notch up a little bit. Like, to like, I don't know, 11. You know, so, like, it's still... But okay, as long as people enjoy it. Dog can't even take 2 minutes of woman speak. I know, I don't know how you guys deal with it, frankly. Just yourself disgusting, yes. It's literally just myself. I've never really roleplayed before. So I'm starting. I know it's like baby's first roleplay. It's just a be yourself. But you know what? Hey, I don't like. Well, as long as it's entertaining, that's what matters. And maybe in the next game I'll try to be something different. But at the same time, I kind of don't wanna, because I really like charismatic, manipulative, like evil characters, and that's kind of what I was going for. Though I guess I'm not exactly much on the charisma aspect of things, even though it's in my stats. But, you know, it's a thought that counts, right? It's a thought that counts. I'm halfway through the flicker shift. I laughed out loud when you were rambling at Hands. Well, at Hans, sorry, not Hands. That's the thing, right? That's the thing. Like, I was trying to imagine, like, what I would do in that kind of situation. And... that's what I would do. Once again, I kind of like I did crank it up a little bit, right? No, not 100%. Ideally, in a situation like that, Hans would actually be talking back to me, and not just me rambling for 5 minutes and then wait for Archer's kind of response as for what Hans would do. But that's listen. If we went down to a bar and this like in a cellar in this really shady area, and he's clearly not doing too well and nervous, I would actually try to sit him down and be like, hey buddy, like what can I do to help you out? You know, like I listen. I get you don't drink alcohol, but I would. I just realized I was about to start my whole schizo rant once again, because that's what I would do. The best role players just do what comes naturally and just adds a bit of exaggeration to make it more fun. I mean, the exaggeration. I mean, I guess I don't know. I wouldn't call myself a good role player. I feel like you're being too nice to me. I'm just kind of vibing, existing. Play the role of self-unrestrained and dance to the endless waltz of insanity, the sympathy of destruction. Yes. I don't know. I'm glad I went with Malkavian because I feel like it fits me quite well. And literally, being literally me. All that's how you get stabbed. Well, you see, in real life, I wouldn't be going to a bar. Much less a bar in a very shitty part of town that's in a cellar filled with a bunch of shady people who smell like blood and various other things. I have never once been to a bar before. Ever. Unless you count, like, sitting at the bar in, like, a restaurant. Which I've done that a few times. But I don't even drink from the bar. It's more along the lines of, the restaurant is busy, and, you know, but the bar isn't, so they offer you a seat there, and you just say yes because you get your food faster, so you don't have the 45-minute wait. I've done that. But I've never actually been to, like, a real bar. The whole point is just to drink and get alcohol and all that fun stuff that bars have there. Oh, not a big dive bar fan, eh? No, never. No, I don't like drinking. I don't like alcohol. Oh, like, I mean, I like a strawberry margarita for the sense that I like the strawberry aspect of it. Like, I like the sweetness of it. But I don't actually like the alcohol itself, if that makes sense. Because I don't like how it makes me feel. I don't like what happens if you get drunk. I don't like how people act when they're drunk. I just don't like alcohol. And so I just don't drink it. You didn't go crazy for your 21st? No. I was, oh my god, that was a pet peeve, not pet peeve. That used to piss me off all the time when I was younger. Because I've never liked alcohol my entire life. It's never been interested in me. Even, like, obviously I have an alcoholic mother and, you know, all that fun stuff that kind of goes into the context, right? But even from, like, logical aspect of things, it makes no sense why you should drink, because almost nothing good ever comes out of it. It's always bad decisions. Like, you never hear a good story people, you know, drunk, and even if they don't actually do anything stupid when they're drunk, you always wake up feeling like shit. So it's like, what's the point of drinking? Like, if I want escapism, if I want to run away from my problems, I'll just read a book or play a game and deal with the fictional world's problems there. Like, and I don't have to have, like, I'm wasting time and I'm being a lazy piece of shit, but I'd rather be a lazy piece of shit than wake up the next day feeling like ass. You know? Like, and so I never liked it, but people would always tell me, like, when you turn 21, you know, you have to go out and drink. You have to, all this fun stuff. Like, you have to go to a bar, and, like, you know, a boyfriend would be like, oh, you know, like, well, honestly, my ex was really, like, really insistent, like, you know, we have to do something, right? You have to try it. You know, we have to go to bars or something along those lines. Like, no. Like, I don't. Why? Why do I have to? Like, okay, great, I'm 21. Sweet. I'm closer to the grave. Like, I like celebrating birthdays. Birthdays mean a lot to me, and I like to make them special. But going to a bar doesn't make it special. Like, if anything, that would give me, like, a panic attack almost. Like, panic attack is such an overused word, but, like, unironically, it probably would have when I was younger. Because I used to be really bad with being around alcohol. when I was younger. It would make me really uncomfortable. And just kind of ruin it. Like I could be okay with like around family members, like drinking beer at like little family little get-togethers. That never really bothered me too much because it's usually just like one bottle and it's all like good vibes all around. But like people actually drinking in front of me, like as a one-to-one situation, and it's usually more than just a beer bottle. It's usually like, you know, harder alcohol or something along those lines. I never liked it. I always just made me super fucking anxious. As I've gotten older, I've gotten better about that stuff, and it doesn't bother me as much. And since I've, you know, turned 21, I have tried once again strawberry margaritas just to try it, and I do like them, but it's still not something that I enjoy or like or anything along those lines. Yeah, I don't know. It just, mm, I always hated it. There. You don't have to, but it's good to get out of your system so you can see it's nothing special, I think. But that's the thing, right? I already know it's not special. Like, I know it's nothing crazy. I know you need more than a few drinks. I guess it depends on how hard the alcohol is before you actually get drunk. But it's not crazy. Like, not to mention, most teenagers start drinking even before they're 21. So 21's just an excuse just to get fucking shit-faced. And all that. And I don't like that. I don't like not being sober. I like having control over my body. I don't like how it makes you kind of like feel and everything. Alcohol's nothing special, but you can definitely, because you can live without it. I don't know. I really don't like alcohol. And the thing is, believe it or not, like I said, I used to be worse when I was a kid. I used to actually be worse when I was a kid, with my hatred of alcohol. So, yeah, want to put that in there. When I was when did 21? 11 years ago, I immediately did not go out for a great shindig. I hate the 21 years drinking law and been drinking since 15, 16. I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't worthy such dim-wit laws. Okay. A little bit hard to parse there, but I understand what you're saying. But yeah, like basically that was my point. I mean, most teenagers already started drinking before 21, so like they already know what it's like. And I know in Europe they're much younger drinking laws there, so it's mostly just an American thing. If anything, another thing that annoys me about the whole 21 rule is that it's retarded. Like, you're legally adult at 18. You can go and die for your country at 18. You can drive at 16. You can vote at 18. You can do basically everything at 18 except drinking. And that's retarded. And then you have to be 25 to rent a car? And it's like, what? Okay, can we just have one age where we decide, okay, that's when you're officially an adult and you don all your honors and then you go out into the world and then you just exist and do whatever you want because you're an adult? Like, I hate how, at least in America, we've broken things up to be so far. Like, I'm relatively okay with the driving age being 16, but like actually being officially adult 18, because I do think teenagers need to be slowly introduced on how to be adult so they're prepared to be 18, and that's, you know, that is one of them. Right, a rite of initiation to become an adult. Driving. Nice. Okay, cool. And it just but everything else doesn't make sense whatsoever here. Being adult is relative. Well, in the modern age it is. They're like, oh, that 21-year-old child with a 30-year-old man, you're basically a pedophile. Ew. Okay, come on. They're an adult now. They've been an adult for 3 years. They can drink because they're 21. Or whatever young 20s the age is that they constantly freak out about. Like, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Nobody cares about you. Being a teenager is supposed to prepare for adulthood. That's my fucking point. Like, the whole point of that is the time that you're supposed to be like, you're supposed to teach kids responsibility from a young age, and how to function in different chores and various aspects of life. But being a teenager is where, like, okay, you start ramping up to the point where you can actually be a functional adult. You get the stronger responsibilities. You get more pressure on you, and you're starting to shape up. So when you turn 18, you can be released from the gates and you can start running for your life. Like, that's what it's supposed to be. But no, they're trying to change people to be infants for their whole entire life. The infantilization of society. I've ranted about this like a million times at this point, because it pisses me off to no end. Like, this isn't normal whatsoever. Which I have a little extra story. But first off, Beardmaster, thank you for the $10 dose. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. When I was doing pizza delivery, one customer offered me a beer. I said no because I don't drink alcohol. He became passive aggressive and told me if I was taught I was better than everyone else for it. The fuck? Like, I think he's just... I don't know what the customer was like, right? I can only assume based off your story. But my guess is that they were maybe an alcoholic themselves, or having a really shitty time. And misery does love company, and so they wanted you to indulge in something to kind of put you on the same level as them, and you refusing is, basically saying that you're better than them, even though it doesn't actually make logical sense. Because, like, you're doing your job, right? You shouldn't be drinking on the job. And so if you start drinking on the job, then you could possibly get fired for it. Also, maybe, like, a bribe. I know they're supposed to pay you with tips, but there's a difference between tips and, like, being given something, right? And various other things that could go about it. And so you've actually been a good person, right? To being a good, responsible person and refusing that shows that, well, you are in a what kind of way better than them because you're not willing to indulge in such things. But... that's my little armchair psychology from your little short story there, because that makes no logical sense if, without some sort of, like, mental issues happening there. I thank you, Crowder Color, for the $1 I do. Sup, bitch? Well, sup, Fed? I know you're not actually a Fed, but you Fed post a lot, so you're a Fed in my eyes. I'm kidding, Crowder Color. I'm kidding. I thank you. Every drug user needs to justify themselves? Yes. 1 sec, I need to blow my nose. Sorry about that, my nose is all stuffy. Blame it on allergies or something along those lines, I don't fucking know. But yeah, so going with the whole responsibility thing, funnily enough today, my sister's in town, so streams should be normal. There shouldn't be anything like crazy with streams happening. I know on the 24th, which is a Sunday, so that's not a normal time that I stream for you guys, but like that normally would be like the vampire campaign. We're not going to be, I'm not going to be available that day for like really anything in general, but my sister's in town, and it makes me very, very happy because my sister's great. She's basically my mother figure. She's not the NWA sister, she's the mother figure sister, and she came by today before stream, and gave me a few things, said hi, got her groceries because she asked me to get some stuff because she's got a bunch of health issues, and we were outside talking. It was a beautiful day. And I was looking off at the neighbors, and I got really jealous. Well, okay, maybe not jealous. Jealous is not the right word for it. Longing? The yearning. I don't know. But I'm jealous of the neighbors for, once again, I don't think jealousy is actually the right word, but I can't think of the proper word. Not envy either. Aspire to be, maybe, but I'm jealous of them. I'll just use jealous for the lack of a better term, for a multitude of reasons, and one of them was because what was happening when she was visiting and we were out there talking. They have children, And two of the children are very young. They're like very young children here. One of them had to be like 2 or 3 years old. Okay, we're talking a little pipsqueak, and the other one's a couple of years older than him. And they were both going out and walking down the driveway to throw away the trash, because the trash bins are out on the street. And they're both very young to do this. So the oldest one makes a little bit more sense. I should say the older one. But the 3-year-old helping was quite the sight to see. And first off, the oldest one, or the older one, I should say, tried to carry 2 of the trash bags himself. And somewhere along the lines, I guess he couldn't carry them. He started dragging it, and it like broke. And so all the trash was like out in the yard and made a mess. And then the 3-year-old came out and took the other bag and threw it into the trash, into the bin. And then the older one went to the house and got a new bag and started cleaning up the trash in the yard. And the 3-year-old went back to help him. I say help him, but the 3-year-old wasn't really helping too much. He was kind of, yeah, being a 3-year-old in that case. But it was just, well, standing there talking to my sister and watching that happen, I was just like, God damn. Like, it was crazy to see, because especially the 3-year-old, like, the trash bag was almost as big as he was. I kid you not. Like, he's a tiny child. And seeing him, like, try to, like, to get on his tiptoes and jump a little to try to make the trash bin lid open, and then take the trash bag and, like, carry it, and then, like, is, like, forcing it up with all his might into the bin. And it's, like, I don't know. I'm never really around kids, but I do know the state. At least I have a pretty good idea of the state of like modern kids, right? And just seeing a little 3-year-old be having the responsibility and actually the wherewithal to actually go ahead and do that, not complaining. He was actually enjoying it. He was just playing around, and then he went back to go help, well, sort of kind of help his older brother clean up the trash that was on the ground. And even though the older brother is still like 5 years old, right? And so he's still a very young child in himself too. I was just like, it was so nice to see just how young they were and how capable they were. Because like most people be like a 3-year-old walking that far and taking out the trash and carrying it himself and everything. Like, you never hear stories about that like these today. And not like the parents went out and helped them clean up the trash either. Like, they were handling all by themselves, like a 3 and a 5-year-old there. It was really nice. Just to see the responsibility being being installed in the young kids. And they weren't complaining, at least not that I can tell, because they were too far away to really hear anything. But just like that's what I want, right? That's what I want within my kids. And it's nice to see that they're actually being raised correctly instead of being a babied a ton, or completely neglected. That's adorable. Yeah, it was adorable. And I pointed out to my sister, and she was quite, proud of them too. Though she didn't exactly have the whole... Yes, the ovaries were activated, chat. Yes, the ovaries were activated. Yeah, whenever I see my sister's kids, it makes me want a family of my own. Yeah, like I kind of feel bad, and I joked with my sister, like, I wonder if they think we're creeps because we're just standing there staring at their kids and talking, and because like the more the parents, like the kids were not paying attention to what we were doing, but like if the parents were watching the window. And so I kind of felt weird, but like almost every single day, especially when it's warmer out, but like even at winter time when it was snowing and they would play out in the snow, I would just like look out the window and just okay, that sounds really creepy. I'm sorry. But like every day I look over to them and I just be like, man, I want that. And every time I see their kids, I'm just like, a little sharp pain goes through me. Thank you, Crowder for the $1 do. I'm hunted by the Fed. Well, I thought you got released. I thought you're safe and sound now. I think you got a color for another dollar reduce. I'm all jealous of the 3-year-old's height. Maybe one day she'll match up. I'm taller than the 3-year-old, okay? By a lot. I honestly though, the urge, I was so tempted to go over there and help them, but I'm in my pajamas. By my pajamas, I mean I'm in sweatpants and a very oversized shirt, and messy hair. Didn't roll out of bed. Didn't even bother brushing my hair. It's clean because I took a shower yesterday, so I'm not like it's greasy or anything like that. Thankfully, but it's just. I thought it probably wouldn't be the best if I went over there and helped. It might be a little bit strange. Well, plus I also kind of like the fact they were doing it themselves. But like, I had this immense urge that I had to like, well, while I'm talking to my sister, just to go over there and help them. Thank you, Twitch says begin for the 10 warp tokens. Thank you. You'll be a good mother, Mal. Just give it a few years. I hope so, but I don't know. I'm too lazy. I'm hoping that kids will help like motivate me a lot better, and I think they will, because I'm definitely somebody who needs external motivation to do stuff, right? Somebody relying on me. But I also have lots of traits of my mom. Not the alcoholism. I mean, maybe I have the alcoholism. I just never know because I don't drink to figure that part out. Probably do based off my family history, so I'm just gonna avoid that. But I have lots of traits from my mom, and I want to try to. I don't know. I'm terrified that I'm gonna like. I don't want to be like her. Like, I just yeah. I want kids, but I also am worried that I'm gonna be. I don't want to. I just don't want to be my mom. I just don't want to be my mom. Now, most of the time, people think it's creepy if girls do it. I mean, fair. I know that's technically true, but still, I don't know. I'm definitely self-conscious, so I always wonder, like, as I'm gazing over to them and like watching them, I always wonder if they do the same to me, because I'm definitely a little bit strange, like. With my dancing and singing and my 2 a.m. night walks and all that fun stuff, and so I'm like, I just wonder if, like, you know, what they think of me, you know. But that's just the that's just the brain worms going in. That was your quarterly shower. No, that's not true. I shower semi regularly. It's like every like 3 days or something like that. 4 days. I do get to a point where like, okay, I feel gross, I need a shower. or if I'm going out and about, like I did yesterday before the vampire campaign. I was almost late for the vampire campaign because of me running around and getting supplies for my sister. So it's like, okay, I gotta shower, right? I can't exactly go out into the wilderness with my greasy hair and smelling, right? Acknowledging bad traits is the first step to fixing them. Don't be like a leftist afraid of having children. Well, I'm gonna have children regardless. Like that is the goal. Like I'm not gonna use like economic excuse or like trauma excuse or, you know, the environment excuse or whatever like BS thing, right? Because who like all that matters is actually having kids in the first place. So I'll still have kids. But it doesn't change the fact that I too worry that I don't want to like be my mom in a lot of cases. And then I'm also worried I'm gonna overcorrect, and then be to the opposite extreme. There. So you know, trying to find that balance, and I know that's going to be the difficult part is finding that balance. But I won't know until I try, right? He's gonna get Elon's turkey bastard. No! Not gonna get Elon's turkey bastard. Listen, no appeal to being like the 10th baby mama. Or whatever number he's on now. Thank you, Crowder Color, for the $1 you do. Amal is known as a crazy witch lady. The parents warn the children that you'll eat them if they misbehave. The sad thing is I would actually believe that. I would actually believe that. I go outside in the middle of the night looking like I'm fucking homeless, and I'm muttering to myself and singing weird songs and dancing underneath the moonlight. Yeah, they probably actually automatically are. Did I just tune in the trauma dumping? More or less, yes, I guess. It kind of devolved from there. We're talking about instilling responsibilities in the children, and the neighbors doing exactly that. But then it turned into, you know, my ovaries being activated instead, which happens all the time. I mean, they say the best moms are the ones who worry they won't be good ones. How true that is? Guess you're our canary? Possibly. I've heard that before, but I don't want to believe it because I don't want to be reassured, right? Like, oh, I want to be like, oh, because I worry about being a good mom, that means I must be a good mom, right? Oh, ha 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 ha. All right, I don't want to like do that. That feels arrogant. I'd rather keep on worrying a little bit, and instead of getting like my own self-congratulatory pat in the back here, being like, well, because I worry about if I'm gonna be a good mom or not, that'll make me a good mom, and so everything be fine and dandy. Wah! I don't know. I don't like that. I'm not sure that makes any sense, but it just feels weird. So I appreciate the reassurance, chat, but time will tell if I'm actually a good mom or not. Not just whatever, you know, will make me feel better at night. Hold on. Sorry. Congested. Well, not really congested, but... Okay. The phlegm from the back of my throat is now gone. That should help. That should help a lot. Similar to those who don't want power or the best suited to wield it. I still feel like that's too... Like, I know you guys are trying to reassure me, so I don't want to, like, dismiss it and be, like, too much of a woman in this regards. But I don't want to, like... I don't know. It's just... It's too arrogant in my eyes in this case. But, like, if you mean... hypothetically, especially in the case of the power situation, then I would agree with that. Right? The people that don't want power are usually the best able to wield it. I do agree with that mentality. I know you're saying it's similar, but like I don't know. I'm just saying I don't know a million times over and over again. I'm not actually adding much to the conversation at this point. My apologies. It's about striving to improvement. You'll do good if you can get a good local man to be the rock. That's the key, right? That's the key, but it takes time. Takes time. Overall. Thank you, Gus at the Dorks, for the 50 fucking shekels, dude. Thank you. Thank you. That's a lot of shekels. Thank you. Gotta call it your hypocrisy, Mo. You say race mixing is bad, yet you stand around discouraging men from enjoying hobbies. Can me or anyone else resist the brownie down the street when you crush her hopes every time we talk about MLP? Follow Equestria. Good. Don't enjoy your hobbies. Be depressed. Be upset. If race mixing is your hobby, then you should you should have depression. You should suffer, and you should be thrown out and completely beaten, demoralized, and your life ruined. Okay, that's my mentality there. And yes, I will put your $50 dues to follow Equestria, you filthy fucking psycho. Disgusting. There. But thank you again for the 50 shekels. Thank you. Is laughing at mixed-race couples a good hobby? I would say so. Oh, that reminds me when I took my little like 2-day trip last year, and I can't say where I went, but I went to a cute little ice cream shop, because one of my favorite things to do, I don't want to say when I travel, because traveling makes this like I hate the fact that traveling is like horror coded now. It's like oh, I love the travel, aka I love getting gangbanged by 50 different men from 50 different cities. Oh my god, no, I don't. I hate that. I hate that so much. I like seeing new sights. I like hiking. I like going to the mountains. I like seeing cute little towns filled with, like, you know, happy white people, little communities, and various things. I like touching grass. Okay, like I don't want to find some strange man to get dicked at. I hate that. Anyways, But one things I like to do when I do travel, it doesn't matter. Like, I hate that. Anyways, is going to little cute coffee shops and ice cream shops. They always seem to be more like the mom and pop businesses. They're very very quaint. They're very very cozy here. Um, and I went to one that was really nice, but in front of me was, I assume, a single mom because there was no father there at the time. And also because of the fact she had like 3 or 4 Jeet kids. Like, they weren't black. They were Indian. Indian kids. And they did not look anything like her. And, you know, I just like... And they were all very young too. And very misbehaving. And I just sat there the whole entire time, waiting for my turn to order my ice cream, thinking to myself, holy fucking shit. This cute little town in the middle of nowhere with a bunch of beauty around it has this white woman with like 3 or 4 Indian kids. You're fucking serious. I don't know if I'm a tourist because it was a little bit more of a touristy area, so it could be that too. But it's just like, come on. And she wasn't like really like pretty, but she wasn't like ugly either, right? Just like the average, slightly overweight white woman. I was just like, I was praying they were adopted, but adopted is arguably worse too. But I just, because they didn't look anything like her whatsoever. I know that's what happens when you race mix, but it's just like, if it wasn't for the fact that she was with them and very much trying to corral them and failing horribly, I wouldn't have thought they were hers. And it was just awful there. We call them poop sharks. What if she was a nanny? I mean, maybe. I mean, because it's like I said, they weren't black, so it was a little bit strange to see them with like Indian kids. But I still just, I was very upset and disappointed about it. The Pajis just did not care. No, not whatsoever. There. I don't think I've ever seen either. Yeah, I've never seen a white woman with Indian kids before, except for that time. It's usually like, well, honestly, white women are the most racial loyal out of all of the races. I know the ads on TV and the mudshark stories are quite rampant, but that's because they're good warning signs, right? Like, I'm not saying don't ignore the whole mudshark stories whenever she gets beaten or killed or, you know, another single mother situation. You should collect them, because I collect them for my kids. Like, my plan is once they get old enough, I will make them read these articles, and especially, well, at least the daughters especially, and be like, hey, this is why you shouldn't date a black man, because you will end up just like this. It's every single time. But they're popular stories because of how horrible they are, and the fact they happen every single time a white woman gets with a black man. It happens. But it's actually, white women are the most racially loyal out of all the races, because think about it. All the other races, dealing with a white man is actually an upgrade for them. That's why they try to go after them as much as possible. For a white woman, yeah. That's because women date across and up, men date across and down. More or less, yes. So, white women are actually pretty racial loyal because of this. Hygiene is code for choosing the bear. No, I'm not gonna fucking choose the bear. Like, and I never actually traveled by myself until about last year. And even then it's only for like 2 or 3 day adventures. Where I drive somewhere that's a lot prettier than where I live. And I just go hiking. And I look at the waterfalls, and it's really pretty. Or the lakes, and it's great. All the times I've ever traveled have always been with somebody, like my ex or my sister. Because, like, when I was younger, like I said, my sister's basically my mother figure. And she was well off compared to my parents. And I would also often fly over to her place, and when she got sick I would take care of her. But before she got sick, it was our plan to travel and see the entirety of the United States, or at least 48 of the states. And we got to see most of them with her. We would do week-long or 2-week-long vacations where we would just drive and road trips around the United States. And that's how I was able to see I think, in fact, last time I counted, it was like 36 out of the 50 states, I think. Because of her. Because we would do these little things. I've always loved nature. I've always loved hiking and kayaking. I love whitewater rafting. Oh my god, I've only done that once, but it was so much fucking fun. Oh, I would love to do that again. Though I know that shit's expensive, so hence why it's not gonna be anytime soon. So I've been instilled with this, this desire to go out and be free. That's why I take my night walks, because I like being in nature and the full moon and everything. And it's just horror coded now. If I say I like to travel, everything's that people are gonna think I have like a body count of 50. It's like, no, stop it. I just like the trees. I hate it so much. There. They had the audacity to be a woman, derogatory, so it's warranted, am I right? Fair. Honestly, yes, good point. Woman, opinion rejected here. Catholic, whiter, hidden Mexicans are maybe the most grumbling okayed, but even then, they should never be bolstered. I don't know where this came from, but I agree. Like, Mexicans should go back to Mexico. My family used to whitewater every summer. Those were fun years until all the old folks got cancer. Well, that's just sad. Like... but I mean, at the same time, whitewater rafting was lots of fun. You should do it some more, Trium. Somehow. There. Or gold digger coded? True, because traveling is expensive. Well, it's traveling is expensive if you're like flying a lot. Though I know airplane prices have kind of gone down thanks to COVID, and I know they're but I'm not exactly sure in that case. But that's where the road trips kind of come in. Like, just you get the car, you go, and you find like a cheap hotel that's not exactly in a shady area part of town or anything like that. You don't have to get some like expensive log cabin in the woods, or you can actually just learn how to camp. Like, find a campground, put up a tent, and start a fire, something along those lines. There, like, you don't have to make traveling expensive. There are so many ways to just to make it cheap. You just have to have the time, which that's the hardest part. And like, but it's still like, you can still, like, depending on where you live too, you can make it into like a weekend, right? A weekend trip where you leave like Friday night after you get home from work, go to the campground or the cheap hotel, whatever the situation is, and then have a fun Saturday, maybe have some fun Sunday morning, and then head back. Like, you can make that happen. It's America. We have cars. We can drive. Especially if you're in Europe. Oh my god. If you're in Europe, it's even easier. You just have to make it happen, and you have to have the skills, or at least the kind of knowledge, to be a little bit more thrifty with it. Go to a KOA. Those are great places. Those only exist in America. Well, I'm not sure how cheap they are anymore, but they used to be pretty decent campgrounds you can find in various states. That usually had, good supplies. That kind of was a nice middle ground between, full-on rugged camping and, one of the, I don't know, what's the right term for those? No, because you're not obviously getting the cabin, but anyway, they're not bad. There's definitely ways to make it happen, but you just have to do it. Yeah, gas is still expensive for road trips. I mean, yes, but like, that's why it's like a well, hopefully you would have a car with good gas mileage. I have I'm definitely coming from a position of privilege here. My car gets good gas mileage, so that makes things a little bit easier in that case. And if you have a truck, a little bit of a different story, obviously. But it's still like a mini vacation. If you do this every, like, I don't know, 3 months or so, you can save up the money, and because like in total it's like what, $200-$300. Do that every like 3 months. It's not actually that bad. You know, just don't spend the money on gacha. You know, but maybe don't get, you know, your favorite ice cream. You know, I know I'm sounding like a boomer here with the avocado toast, but you can make it happen if it's something you're passionate about. And for me personally, I am passionate about it. Just the issue is time. Thank you, Beard Master, for the $5 ideas. Thank you. Amal, I want to raise my kids the best I can. Also, Amal, my kids will read IRL horror stories before bedtime. Well, but back in the day, bunch of kids' fairy tales were a little less happy, right? A little less whimsical and a lot more horrifying. And I'm just bringing back the tradition there, except this actually is real life. And I would wait until they got older, right? Maybe like, I don't know, 8-10 years old, so they got understanding. Because at that age, well, mostly 10, right? That's when they start kind of like being a little like they're having on the puberty yet, but they're kind of getting close to that age where they're gonna be starting puberty, and so you kind of want to preempt them a little bit, right? Especially 10-year-olds. 10-year-olds can be left on their own. Like if you raise them properly, you can leave them in the house for a night, hell, even a weekend, and probably be okay, and be fine. So you want to instill with them that Ron Blacks never relax. So that's a good way to do so. Yes, for sure. That's something uniquely American, that is being able to camp in any state without being bothered by others. Well, Europe's... listen, I love Europe. And you should keep your culture, right? And I mean, when I say Europe, I mean the individual countries within Europe should keep their culture. However, one American import you guys should totally take in is camping. Is actually enjoying nature. I mean, I know you guys can enjoy nature without that. But, well, I don't know, a little bit more, I guess. But I know Europe is over-regulated as a whole. There. Hiking like Kate? Who? I don't know who Kate is. I'm sorry. Careful, they just won't end up doing the opposite because kids do that. I mean, yeah, so that's always a concern. But... everything in moderation, right? Just everything in moderation. It probably won't be like a horrible thing, right? Because the more mud sharks really come into play is when they live in ghettos themselves, right? When the white family is unfortunately white trash, when they live in the ghetto and they're around more blacks than they are whites, because people are part of attraction is what you grew up around. And that's why men like women that are similar to their mothers, and women like guys are similar to their dads. Attraction is kind of based off what you grew up with, to a certain extent, and not the whole entire thing, but it is important parts. And if they are around a lot of blacks, more than whites, and they've been raised around that, then that's what they think is normal, and they're used to it. You're creating the ecosystem for them to be adjusted to that kind of lifestyle, and that's why you'll see them in that way. It's also a sign of very low IQ behavior too, so there's also that fact there. And then the fat white bitches, well, they're just happy that someone's actually, you know, complimenting them. So there's that factor too. But once again, they're far and few between, and it's important to keep that in mind. 11 was when I started to notice behaviors of particular peoples. No, that's a pretty good age. That's a pretty good age to do that. Meanwhile, in Sweden, you're allowed to camp almost everywhere in nature, including on private property. Are your own private property, or can you just scroll up to somebody's house in the mountains and just plop your tent there? Because on your own private property, I fucking hope you can camp there. On somebody else's private property, I fucking hope you can't camp there. Or else you're gonna be shot. Can confirm grew up mostly around white and Asian women. Well, If you're white, of course, you should naturally be attracted to your own kind. So the fact that you're growing up around them is a good sign. And Asians are the closest to whites, so uh, that's why lots of guys actually like Asian women a lot too. Can you confirm? Even before I was racist, I just didn't have a desire to date outside my race. Me either. Like in my school, there were two black kids, and they were both siblings, and different. They were neither of them were in my class. There was one that was older, and then one that was younger, and they did always kind of stick out like a sore thumb. But I mean, I didn't pay them any mind. I didn't really care. It was whatever. Like, but it was pretty much an all-white school. Though I was thinking about it the other day, looking back at already the signs were there with the mystery meat, because there was actually a decent amount of mystery meat within the class. Like my school was very small, and my own class size was also very tiny too. And there was one girl who was adopted from Russia, except I am assuming she was adopted from the southern Russia, because she was actually pretty dark skinned with brown eyes and brown hair. And it wasn't like a dark skin as in tan. Like she was darker skin. And she was fine, right? She came from like her family was wealthy. I mean, after all, she was adopted, and adopted is expensive. And she was actually a bitch. We had like a frenemy situation, honestly, where we hated each other, but we actually got along with each other at the same time. It was kind of weird. But like she was adopted from Russia, but looking back, it's like, wait, she doesn't actually look Russian. And then there's another girl who was, now once again looking back, Indian parents. I'm assuming Dalit, because it's pretty light skin, but once again, still brown. And the parents were very wealthy and well for themselves. I think they were like lawyers. They also got divorced when she was really young too. So I can't exactly remember what her dad looked like, but I do remember what the mom looks like, because she was very, very involved. And then there's another kid who was a guy, and out of all of them, he's probably the most mystery meat, because I don't know what he is looking back. Like, I'm based off my memory. Like with the Russian girl, I'm assuming some sort of southern Russia, where like the Muslims are at, where they start meeting the stands, right? That's what I'm kind of assuming there. The other chick was like Indian, but with him, I don't know what he was. I'm guessing Indian, but his hair was not dark enough to be Indian. He had like dark brown hair with like some golden highlights within it. Maybe Italian, like Southern Italian or Southern Spaniard, Greek maybe, or something. Like I wouldn't completely classify him as brown, because he had a very white face shape, but brown eyes, dark, like I said, dark brown hair with like some golden streaks in it, but very dark skin. Swarthy, yes, swarthy's a good word for him. There we go, swarthy. So but definitely mystery meat, because I can't exactly pinpoint, like not Mexican whatsoever. And like I can't exactly remember what his parents were like, because I don't think his parents were ever like that involved in the school, like somewhere. But I don't think in like Middle Eastern. But I don't know. I don't know actually. Maybe North African? Nah, I don't know. His face shape is too white for that here. Isn't Dalit the opposite? Dalit is the lowest caste on the Indian caste system. Brahmin is the highest caste. Did I say Brahmin or did I say Dalit? For the Indians, I met the Indian chick, I met Brahmin, not Dalit. I just say Dalit a lot more because it's a nice, funny insult. Because those are the darkest skins and the stupidest ones that, take care of the shit. Literally take care of the shit and all that fun stuff. But they were Brahmins, more than likely. There. But I don't know what the guy was. Like I said, absolute mystery meat there. Very, very swarthy. But and now looking back, it's like I said, it's just like, wow, at my tiny little Catholic school, at my middle of nowhere town, it's like you can already see the signs of immigration there, where there's 3 kids from my class that was like that. Keep in mind, it's once again tiny school, so my class was not 30. It was much less than 30 for how big my class size was. And so the fact that 3 of them were some mystery mates, yeah, little bit concerning, But as a kid, I didn't think anything of it. I didn't really care. I didn't even really pay attention that they were darker or anything like that. Like, I simply just did not care. I was the definition of race blind. In fact, it wasn't until I was actually, I realized this yesterday in the shower. It literally was a shower thought. I don't know where I led myself in this little thought pattern here, but I just was thinking about it randomly in the shower, and I was like, wait a second, what? that realization after all this time. There were over 1,000 Europeans taken into thraldom in North Africa, Middle East, and the Berbers are not black. You'll find North African folk looking a bit European. Well, okay, let me look up like North African Europeans here. I'll do it on the computer so you can North African European mix, maybe? I know they can be a little bit lighter skin overall. And see if they kind of look similar. Oh, I completely forgot about South America. I feel bad, but I'm looking this up, and something was like brought up about Brazil. It's like, oh yeah, Brazil. Honestly, probably would actually be. I don't think he was from South America because his family was pretty well off too. But and I don't know. I don't exactly get South American vibes off of him, but he would probably be a nice form of the Kalurgi mix. Okay, I'm not getting good results with my North African European mix Google search here. For what he is. What he could possibly look like here. But I don't know. A lot of North Africans look pretty Mediterranean now. Yeah, because like I said, my guess is like southern Spain, southern Italy, maybe like Greece. You know, so something along those lines. I don't get Turkish vibes because the biggest thing that really makes me confused about him as the mystery meat is the hair color. As it's not a black hair, right? It was a like dark brown but with golden highlights within it. So maybe not exactly dark brown. Like it was more like regular brown. That's the biggest thing. Because with like all these the pictures I'm seeing, it's all like jet black hair. But no, it was something else. Maybe Italian? Let me look up Italian. Italian men. Or Western Turkish and other blend of folk, maybe? I don't know. I do not know. Actually. And for the record, right? Like, he is, for all these mystery meats, they acted completely, like, they would be the definition of assimilation. Like, they are cornerstones, right, of what assimilation should look like. The Russian chick, she constantly talked about how she got adopted from Russia, because she thought it was, like, a cool little factoid about herself. But she acted white, even though she herself was pretty dark. And, you know, they participated in everything, like the same stuff. The Indian chick, oh my, she was insufferable, actually. I just liked her because she was the prissy little princess coming from the rich family, had to have the new iPhone every single year, did not understand how money works, like, always had to have the newest things. We call songs 5 years old and lame and uninteresting because they were considered old because they were 5 years old, which that pissed me off, actually. I kind of went off on a rant on her when she did that, because, like, what do you mean a song that's 5 years old is old? Like, what the fuck? Like, she was like a valley girl kind of situation here, with her. And then the mystery meat guy, I mean, he was a nice guy. Every single girl had a crush on him at least once. He was funny. Got along with all the other guys. Acted like a bro. Like he was just a good guy, actually. Oh, there, like a bronze. Yeah, like a bronze. So typical brat. Yes. Yes. There. Well, so they would be, well, I would like assimilation, which is probably why I didn't think anything of them. Like as a kid, they just fit in. They just the same. Like it would just, there's, I don't know. But looking like, but nowadays I do kind of wonder, like, none of them were really into politics. I can maybe see the Russian chick being like a full-blown feminist and losing her mind because she was always a little bit on the crazy side. But I don't know if they would actually go with the racial lines. On one hand, I probably would assume they would, because all browns eventually do, you know, always go back to, you know, where they come from, because everyone is a blood and soil nationalist, for their ethnicity. But at least, especially nowadays. But then again, they were so normie that I kind of hope that they don't. Because that's what assimilation should be. But oh well. Oh well. In fact, actually, I saw this video on Twitter, and it's perfect for this conversation. Actually, I was hoping to show this on stream, anyways. Maybe this I must, okay. I think maybe this would actually have my little shower thought. Here, I haven't actually like watched it yet. I'm just going based off the description. So this account was like, this right here is the problem. Adam Francisco tries to have a conversation with a Latina girl in Nashville that was born in America. No matter how many times he tries to get her to understand Americans are her people, she doesn't agree. She says her people are Mexicans, the people who look like her and have the same skin color as her. No matter how many times he tries to explain that no, it's a nationality loyalty, not a race loyalty, she doesn't agree. She only speaks Mexican. This is why immigration will end in America. Our education system is failing. Based off this description, I disagree and actually agree with the chick. But we'll actually watch the video and see the description actually fits the video in itself.
I was born here.
You're born here?
Yes.
So you're American?
Yeah, but my nationality...
Yeah, your nationality is American.
What?
Your nationality is only American.
Yeah, but my blood is Mexican. Like,
your ancestry is Mexican.
anyone looks at me, they're like, oh, she's not white.
But what I'm saying is, you're American.
Yeah.
Okay. I was born in Mexico. I was born in Guadalajara. I immigrated here illegally. I don't have Mexico. I'm only an American. But I noticed earlier you said ICE is deporting.
Wait, hold on, wait a second. I don't know who this Adam Francisco guy is. Did he just say he came into America illegally? I fucking hope not. Hold on, back. Oh, went a little bit too far there.
Your nationality is only American.
Yeah, but my blood is Mexican. Like,
your ancestry is Mexican.
anyone looks at me, they're like, oh, she's not white.
But what I'm saying is, you're American.
Yeah.
Okay. I was born in Mexico. I was born in Guadalajara. I immigrated here illegally.
Is he doing a hypothetical here? Because once again, I don't know who this guy is. If he's doing a hypothetical, but I don't think he is. He's saying I came here illegally, and I'm American. So one, if you're truly American, get deported here. like what the fuck? No, he definitely said illegally. Yeah, he definitely said illegally. So why? I don't know who this guy is, but why is he wearing a MAGA hat? Why is he probably talking about how he came here illegally? Like, if you support MAGA, right? I would consider myself further right than MAGA at this point in time. But at the same time, like, the basic bitch MAGA position is deporting illegals, right? That's a core principle of Make America Great Again, is deporting the illegals. And he is an illegal and proud of it and talking about it and consider himself American? What? I don't. I don't know what to say. Like, it doesn't make any logical sense. It's literally, like, you are supporting, so, like, do you really think you're not gonna get deported? I mean, if you support this is one of these kind of situations here. Like, I want you to get deported. You're illegally here. You're not American. Why? Like, he's subversive, 100% subversive. Trying to get to the MAGA movement and be like, oh, well, there's good illegal immigrants too, because I'm good because I support Trump. No, you came here illegally. Just because you support Trump doesn't make you a good person. Doesn't mean you're allowed in my fucking country. Get fucking deported. You're a foreign invader. It doesn't matter who you fucking support. You broke the biggest federal law, right? The sanctity of a nation is its borders. It's literally what defines it in itself. That within these borders, within these, what the left is called arbitrary lines here, is where the people of this nation live, is where their culture is celebrated, where they speak their language, and where they do things like, let's say in this case, Americans do. And by a foreign invader coming in illegally is like it's like conquest. You're not American. You should just be deported. Like, both of them should be deported for the record, by the way. Even the girl was born in America. But what? I Okay. This is making me very, very upsetty right now.
I don't have I'm only an American. But I noticed earlier you said ICE is deporting my people.
Yeah.
You referring to Mexicans.
Yeah.
But Mexican technically is a nationality, like American is. So you're only American. Your people are all the Americans
No,
here.
my people are Hispanic people. You look at me, they're not gonna think that I'm white. I'm not white.
But American's not white. American is not a skin color.
Yeah, see, he is extremely subversive. I want him more than deported, and he's putting me in a position where I agree with the spick. Like, because she's correct here. Like, she is, swarthy herself. She is brown. She is, Mexican descent. I mean, even though she's born and raised in America, I can actually kind of hear some sort of accent within her. Might be the fact that she's wearing braces. That could add that little filter into the voice. But she's correct. Like, I don't look at her and I think an American. I think, oh, she's Mexican. And even within America, right? We acknowledge the fact that there are, Mexican Americans. That there are these hyphenated Americans. She is correct. She's not actually American. She is Mexican, and she should be deported even though she was born here. You're making me. And she's also a woman. Why am I agreeing with the woman? I hate this man. He is. He's making me side with a Mexican woman because she's actually correct, and he's a subversive little fucking snake that came here illegally, and he's trying to help push this whole narrative that America is not a skin color, it's a nationality, right? Like, no, it's more than that. Like, it actually is a skin color. White people from Europe, more specifically England, and we are an English-born country, and we had multiple problems with the other Europeans coming in and with their own colonies and settling and stuff like that. But we allowed them in small quantities because we were relatively similar, but we still had issues with them, and we have created our own country as America. It is more than just a nationality. It is a skin color. It is a culture. It is a people. She's not it, and he's not it either.
You're American and you're brown. I'm American and I'm brown, and I wasn't born here. She's American, she's Puerto Rican. He's American, he's white.
Okay.
The black guy down there, he's American, he's black. We don't define our citizenship status by skin color. And so when you say my people, when I say my people...
I mean, you can say that, but when ICE is pulling people over, they look at your skin color.
Well, you know why they're targeting brown people? Because the vast majority of people that come into the country illegally are black and brown. So that's why they're targeting black and brown people more than white people.
He's a snake. I mean, he's technically correct. It's mostly black and brown people that are coming in illegally, like him, apparently. And that's why, they are so-called targeting them. It's a per capita thing happening here. But using her language is not helping the situation. And you're in a way you're kind of you're kind of agreeing with her in that stance. And so it makes you sound racist, which being racist is not like a bad thing, but it is bad for normies, right? It's important to keep in mind that normies still don't like racism. They don't care if you're called racist anymore. they have learned that that term, right, that target on your back doesn't mean anything. But if you are legitimately racist, they still have problems with you. So capitulating to her language here with how, oh, that's why they're targeting black and brown people, makes it look like ICE actually is racist, even though what he's saying is correct. Oh, but this guy's awful. This guy's absolutely fucking awful. Holy shit.
People from Europe are less likely to come here illegally. They might overstay their visa, and I agree they should be deported too. But your people are Americans.
Okay, I see your point,
You see what I'm
but
saying?
yeah, I see your point.
At this point, she's just agreeing in the conversation. She's like, yeah, okay, whatever. You know, obviously we're not really getting anywhere. I see your point, whatever. And the clip is over. But this is painful. This is painful to watch. Everyone in this video needs to be deported. This guy who came in illegally and is claiming to be American, I don't care if he naturalized. Apparently people said that he was naturalized. Okay, who cares? He still came in illegally. Right? I hate our immigration system. I hate how it is for that people can come in here illegally, breaking the sanctity of the nation, and then stay here, either marry somebody and get a green card, or find some immigration lawyer, which the whole point of immigration lawyers is to purposely find the gray areas within the legal code to give you status, or they get like a work visa somehow. And there's so many ways to help these illegals become legal. And so, okay, fine, he might be illegal now. Don't fucking care. He came in here illegally originally. He should be deported. And I'm also against legal immigration too, just as a general thing for people who do come in here the right way, because I think we need an immigration moratorium. I think we need to completely shut everything down and deport everybody who's come in past 1965, since the Hart-Celler Act. Because that's when we got the wave of the third worlders coming in, the Mexicans coming in illegally or legally in their amnesty in the 80s. The mass wave of Indians that are coming in abusing H1B visa for the past 20 fucking 5 years. The Somalians with the Catholic charities, or the Christian charities, I should say, that come in. Same with the Haitians. Like, it's all just abusing our immigration rules. We need to completely shut it down, and then for the next like 20 fucking years, to deport everybody, and then maybe we can reopen it and have very strict regulations on who can come in from like Western Europe only, with very small I don't say quotas, because quotas are something you're supposed to fill, right? A very, very small numbers of them. And that's it. That's it. I don't want anybody else in. I hate everybody. Oh my god. Mm. Mm. They'll say that's like robbing a bank and being allowed to keep the money if you can remain uncaptured for long enough. Yes. Like that has happened a million fucking times. And it has the the audacity to be like, oh, well, I'm just an American, you're also an American. No, this guy's just a verse of Snake. He's trying to upend the actual MAGA movement, and once again I consider myself further right than MAGA, at least as far right as a woman can be, because woman can't be based, right? But at least I consider myself that way because I am against legal immigration, and MAGA is mostly about illegal immigration at this point in time, and even then Trump's starting to capitulate for certain things. I should say starting ever since he got in office, he's talked about amnesty for farm workers. I'm like, no, we're not doing amnesty. No, thank you. Not for farm workers. Not for anybody. They're getting the trebuchets at the bare minimum. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bye. I hate it. At least you have the woman debuff, for better or for worse. Yes, unfortunately. Don't forget the 2,000 Chinese students. Well, it was more than 2,000, 6,000 over a 2-year period. The Chinese were supposed to come in. That's another sign of legal immigration. Like, so what do you think makes someone American? Is it only skin deep, or is it a shared ideal? Neither. It's your lineage. Your ancestors came to America, established it, built it from literally nothing into something, right? And because this is just wilderness. Like, it was basically completely unexplored, and the savages that were here, didn't really evolve, right? They didn't have the wheel either, like the Africans did. and they actually built a country out of nothing. We came and we conquered. And that's exactly what my ancestors did. And they've been here. I don't know how far my lineage goes. I know since the Civil War. I do know that. I don't know if it's further than that, though. But they've, since at least the Civil War, so I say pretty far enough, right? That's what American is people who have come in and actually established the country from the, the 1600s into the 1700s. They are Anglo and German mixture. So Western Europeans have come in and actually built something new. It's that simple. You can actually trace your ancestry there. And every once in a blue moon, we can have a new folk from Western Europe, because they're going to be the best. They're going to be assimilating with us after all. But you can trace it. It's just like asking, well, what's an Englishman? Well, you can literally trace the English history for 1,000 of years. Like, not anybody can be English. We know what an Englishman is. The difference between the English and Americans is the fact that the English have been around longer than Americans have, but even then we are still descendants of the English. And forgetting that fact there is actually kind of retarded, because it's actually a huge point of our history there. But we have turned into something else. We have turned into something different. We have evolved. In that case, it is more than skin deep. It is more than just shield ideals. It is an ancestry. It's a lineage here. And the reason why people will say it's skin deep is because, well, our ancestry and lineage is white, because we descend from the English. Like, it's just so dumb. So fucking dumb. Yeah. Okay, so America is the descendants of the European settlers who settled the land. America, as the founders intended, was a pan-European nation with a dominant Germanic Celtic culture. Basically that. But even I wouldn't even really agree with the pan-European nation, because that implies all of Europe, or at least majority of Europe. I know they were heavily against the Eastern Europe, but even then they had problems, right? Like, they had problems with German immigration. I've never finished the Grant biography, and that's where I'm going. I never will. But I remember while I was reading it, President Grant, when he was down south and living there for a period of his life, he was complaining about the German immigrants coming in and changing the culture. You constantly hear about the Irish being discriminated against. Oh, Irish are the real NWAs. That whole kind of meme. It's a half meme, but it's not exactly a meme, because they were heavily discriminated against in America and in England. Right? We've had many points of contentions with the other European settlers in America, because they are different, right? Like, this whole belief of whiteness is a new modern invention, because we are being attacked because we are white. But if you go back 100 years ago, Americans didn't like the English didn't like the Germans, and the Germans didn't like the French, and the French didn't like the Germans, and the Germans didn't like the English, and like it's cyclical, right? Because they are different. Just because they're white doesn't mean they're actually the same thing. It's same. Honestly, like, the left is crying that, like, oh, well, not every African's literally the same. There's a bunch of different countries there with their own different cultures. They're technically right about that, because that's true. Yeah, they're black, and yeah, they're low IQ, and yeah, they're tribal and have lots of problems because of their being a third world country, but they are technically different, because that is true. Nigerians have a different culture than the Ethiopians, and Ethiopians have different culture than the black South Africans there, because they even though they're black, they are different, living in a different area that's completely separated from each other. There's lots of similarities, but they are still different. Same in the case of Europe. Having this whole like, oh, white versus black versus brown thing is a new invention, because we are being attacked because we are white. And we need to kind of remember there are differences there, even when it comes to immigration. And I say this as someone who does advocate for being pro-white, but that's because we're being attacked for being white. That's why we're having the mass immigration problem that we're having. That's why we have the Indians and the H-1Bs coming in and looting our country. That's why we have the blacks being allowed to just stab white girls every single fucking day. It's because we are white. We are attacked on our race. That's why like the Indians are flooding Canada. The Pakistani rape gangs in England. everywhere. And so we do need a white solidarity, right? We do need a pro-white movement to push this out because we are being attacked for being whites. And then when the dust settles and the problem is solved, then we can go back to having issues within national lines because they are different from each other. But we're not at that point right now. We need to actually get over the national problems for a temporary period so we can actually defend ourselves properly instead of having this infighting here. Nigerian culture is starving and making mud huts. Ethiopian culture is starving and making mud huts in the mountains. Yes. Well, that's kind of my point, right? Like, they're very similar, but there's differences there. Like, and there's over 100 times more genetic difference between Northwest, Southeast Africans than all of Europeans combined. Yet look at all the Europe versus all of Africa historically. Yes, like on the genetic map, they're so fucking different than us, and at the same time, we are so similar together, but we've created such greatness even with our differences. Like German doesn't sound anything like French, and they're right next door to each other. They have I think the Rhine, if I remember correctly, there's this constantly been fought over for hundreds of years. So who has that section of it? And there's a night and day difference when you cross it between what's German and what's French, even though they're right next door to each other. And obviously English has a lot of borrowed words from French and from German. It's kind of a hodgepodge of the different languages and total, but it's still very distinct and separated from them. And even though we're so similar, you can just look at the language, and that in itself is a huge point. So you're saying that no one without European descent is American, even if their family's been here for multiple generations and want the best for the country in the same capacity that EU descended people want? Yes, 100%. Like, when you say generations, like, the only reason why the generation question is a problem is because of how long we've allowed it to permeate. But even then, it's not even very long in the grand scheme of things. It's only been after the Hart-Solar Act of 1965. That is the point of contention right there. Before the Hart-Solar Act of 1965, we had strict immigration rules and regulations that only allowed it from Western Europe and in small quantities of it. We didn't really allow other people in. And I know people like, oh, well, the Chinese that built the railroads. Those were laborers. Like, frankly, we shouldn't have brought them over, in my personal opinion. But they were laborers. They weren't immigrants. We brought them over for cheap labor, kind of like what we did with slavery, because we're retarded like that. It wasn't for immigration purposes in that case. So, and then after the Hart-Solar Act of 1965, which the whole entire 60s, the whole entire decade was about civil rights and ruining American culture, and completely subverted by the happy merchants, by the way. Like, it was, they have come out and admitted multiple times that it was the happy merchants rubbing their hands, pushing for immigration reform. They are responsible for all of that. And that's when we started opening the floodgates to the third world. And then everybody started coming over here because we had built something great. The savages that lived in America before the settlers didn't build shit. It was white Europeans, specifically the English, that had come over and built everything themselves. And now the third world, like the roaches that they are, have come in and are trying to loot and pillage like they always do. And we have allowed that for too long. So technically, for generations, only means like 2 or 3 generations, because these people have only come in after 1965. So if they arrived in like 1975 when they're 20, married, had a kid, and the kid had a kid, well, they would have had a kid maybe 5-10 years later. Then the kid has to grow up, and then the kid has a kid. So now we're on the 3rd generation. That's younger than my dad. My dad's a literal boomer, and I get this a little bit strange, right? He should technically be my grandpa, but my dad's a literal boomer. He was born before the Hart-Solar Act of 1965. He has watched this nation turn into the brown shithole that it has become at this point in time. I can trace my lineage at least to the Civil War, okay? At least to the Civil War. I'm American. I am a white American, and I have German descent. I also have some Scottish descent in it as well. But anybody come after 1965? No. 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 Whatsoever. He's technically your grandpa? No. He should be my grandpa based off age differences. But he's actually legitimately my dad. It's just he had me at a very old age here. Maybe generations was the wrong word. What I mean is those who have been here almost as long as the original settlers in that regard. But they haven't. Like, it's only the white Europeans have been here since the original settlers. Anybody from the third world has only been after 1965. The Mexicans, after 1965. Reagan, that's when they started rushing in with illegal immigration, and Reagan gave a shit ton of them amnesty in the 80s. We literally have statistics on this stuff where you can actually see the demographic change of California after 1965, and the rest of America is absolutely insane. I can try to find it, but I'm gonna have to dig through my statistics folder, so that might take me a few minutes here. But I will try my best here. Let's see. I have the Canadian census, but that's not actually America, though they are very similar on us story-wise, so they could be considered that. Here. Sorry, it's gonna take me a fucking hot minute to actually find the statistics on hand, because I don't actually have it like pulled up or anything like that. But yeah, they haven't been here for generations. Not generations in the actual strong sense here. There. I've been in California for a long time. I'm in one of the whitest areas still. It used to be like 97%. It's like 80% now at best. You're already seeing decline. I mean, 80 is still pretty fucking good, but it's supposed to be 97 on this. Thank you, Crowd of Color, for the $1 redo. Thank you. I have the same thing. I'm young and my dad was born in the early 50s. Yep, we're basically the same situation here. And thank you, Alt X Kill, for the $20 reduce. Thank you. Sorry I missed that earlier. My apologies. I kind of went on a little bit of a rant there. And debating with chat. But thank you for the $20 reduce. Slapping those shekels down with no message there. Hell yeah. Kind of weird that they want diversity, but there's much more white diversity already compared to other races in LMAO. Yeah, it's only the whites actually have the diversity of color, right? So you have redheads, you got browns, you got blondes, you got green eyes, blue eyes. Technically gray eyes are blue, but still you got brown eyes within the whites as well. Technically, like, and you can mix and match them. You can mix and match them like fucking crazy. With white people. Like, they are the most, like, genetically diverse when it comes to situations like that. Well, they're not actually genetically diverse, technically. But anybody from the rest of the world is just brown hair, brown eyes, brown skin. You get some variations as if it's shit-colored or coal-colored, and things in between. But it's still just brown. There's no actual real diversity there. Diversity is another way of subverting the language by being like, oh, it's so diverse. It just means brown. It just straightly means brown. It's only diverse because of the skin color of being whites. But even with whites, you got people that still tan pretty decently. You still have, or a case like me where I'm just covered in freckles. The situations like that, there's more variation. And we, like, I forget what the statistics for redheads were, but they're like 0.1% or something like that. I forget. Oh, don't quote me on that. Do not quote me on that. But it's very, very low amount of the population. They're like if they were an actual, I mean, humans are animals, but if they were like a wild animal, they would consider to be like an almost extinct species, or not a threat, endangered species. For how rare they are. Same with blondes. Blondes are also a very small percentage of the global population, And if you live in a Western world, you don't really realize that because you're just kind of constantly around it. But once you actually start looking outside, they don't exist. They just don't exist whatsoever. Oh, thank you, Michael Doberman, for the $2 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Raid DB Wild made you look great in his video? Huh? Wait, we got a raid and I'm in a video? Hold on, wait a second. Did somebody raid on YouTube? Who raided here? Wait, hold on, let me... Who raided and what? And where? Mods, do you have an answer? Do you know what happened here? Let me see. I'm sorry, I raided lol. Oh, I see. Both the words. Okay. Okay, well, thank you for the raid. Thank you for Words of Paradise for the raid. I was like, I thought that was Words of Paradise, but the YouTube name is different. I was like, wait, hold on a second, that doesn't seem right. Okay, Words of Paradise. Thank you for the raid. And mods, if you could shout them out on YouTube, that would be greatly fucking appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, my dude. Hell yeah. Check him out when the mods actually drop the link here. There, but yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. We're talking. Apparently you've been here for a minute now. So if you haven't gathered, we're being a little bit racist, little bit racist here. On the YouTubes. Leon has bad branding as all. Well, I mean, that seems a bit harsh. But yeah, I was like, wait, I thought the P.E.P.E. looks like Words of Paradise. What do you mean both the words? Am I getting people confused? Hold on, wait a second. But the DB Wilds, was that the side scrollers animation? I saw that on Twitter. That was really fucking cool. The animation he made. I can show it to you guys here in a minute. I was trying to find the immigration statistics, and I have so many statistics here, and it's kind of a mess. Kind of a mess here. I'm not gonna lie. I need to organize this better, but I never will because I'm lazy. Oh, here we go. Never mind. That's not it. Okay, whatever. I give up. One day I need to go through this, but not today. You watched DB Wild's video? I did? I know I did on Twitter. As I believe he's the AI guy, right? For side scrollers? I believe. I might be. Now I'm feeling back, so I'm like, wait, am I getting people confused? Aha! There it is. Yeah, it is him. It is him. So there's this guy, DB Wild here, that likes to make AI videos for side scrollers for the guests and stuff like that. And he made a tribute to all the different side scrollers people have been on. This is the most recent one because he updated it for the @Oko to it. So yeah, it's really fucking cool. It's really cool. And catchy too. Like, it's AI, right? So it's not gonna be perfect. There's Kami K, and then I don't recognize him. I know he had a whole tweet with all the different people included. Obviously, Craigs and Blebs. Smash GT. Rabbit's Job. Cinevere. If I don't recognize everybody, my apologies in advance. And then me! Look how awesome I look! I look badass! I could definitely, the AI kind of fucked up the eyes a little bit, but it's fine. Like it's still, everything else is relatively accurate for once again being AI. You know, it's a moving AI image, and I look fucking badass as shit. It's awesome. It's awesome. I love it so much. Appreciate me, chat. Appreciate me. Yeah. Oh, a little bit of a tit jiggle there too. I saw. I don't recognize him. Oh, there's Oko. Here we go. I love the rollies. And then Mizuki. There's the goth guy, and then Tectone. And then Celestium Ember, and then Leaflet. Banana Juju. And then Arch. Here's the Swede of our Dark, and I don't recognize him off the top of my head, I'm sorry. But there's the fucking Swede, looking as smug and pompous as he always fucking does. I like everyone else looks pretty neutral. Like he's got like a slight smile. Our Dark just kind of like neutral face here, but somehow they managed to also capture Arch's pretentiousness in it, being like, "Yes, I am Swedish and therefore I am better than you." Or and then Yellow Flash. Fake Wizard. Pickle. Kirshun Lum Lum. I love the jiggle faces. Crazy what you can do with AI these days. Like, I'm not like a super big fan of AI music. Mostly because it's just hasn't. It's still not good in my opinion. Like I know, give it like another year or two, it probably will actually be end up being pretty good. But right now it's too samey. Like I can kind of hear the I can kind of hear it within it. When people make like these AI songs, and then the voices are exactly the same. They have like the same like 3 singers that are being used for the AI voices, and so that's like, to me, that's the biggest giveaway right there. Excuse me. And I just don't really like it because, like I said, it's just not actually good. But I can recognize that the stuff you can create with AI is amazing. Like it adds a lot of creativity. Yeah, there are some issues here and there for like, you know, different aspects of things, but the fact that somebody can actually, none of this is actually drawn. Somebody, you know, AI art takes a lot of time to actually make because you have to fight with the program sometimes, especially for more complicated designs like mine, for example. And then you have to like add it all together and then edit it and everything. So there's actually a lot of effort that goes into AI art that a lot of the people don't realize it, but it does make things a million times easier overall just to make something creative. And it takes people who don't have the talent or the time to develop the skill to use their creativity and create something very fun and fresh. And this is a great example of it. Taking all the different side scrollers guests together for this little tribute post. The music's actually pretty good for being AI music, that's the most, honestly, most impressive part to me. But I'm a music freak there. And I put it together and it's just lots of fun. Like, so definitely check this video. Give it a little heart, little like retweet over on the Twitter page. Side scrollers are lots of fun. I like Craig and Blabs and Phoenix a lot. Actually, speaking of which, I'll be on side scrollers in a week. On the 18th. Yes, the 18th and then the 27th. I got a double, or I'm double teaming side scrollers this month on the 18th and then the 27th I'll be on. So, it's nice. I like hanging out with them. Lots of fun. Lots of fun here. Even if AI still had to write a whole essay to make this, yeah. And then like the make it move. I haven't messed around with having to make actual AI videos, but you have like the one image, and then you take this image, and then you have to make the prompt and be like, okay, move it up slightly, right? Move that hand up and make into a ball. And then, you know, kind of do that over and over and over again. Kind of actually like you were an animator, right? Where, because you have like, there's videos out there, traditional animators, where they have this whole, like, I don't know, sketchbook, essentially. And if you, like, flip it, then it goes through the animation thing. But it's, like, on top of one another, so you can actually kind of, like, trace over the original, but then adjust the hand movements or the eye movement ever so slightly, so it actually has... So then you do that over and over and over again, which creates the animation. Basically this, except instead of drawing it, you have to take the screenshots of it, so the AI does that for you. So obviously it's a million times easier than actually hand drawing it over and over again, but it's still a similar process for it. There. A double team, you're gonna hit that Eiffel Tower? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I thank you, Philip, for the 1,000 warp tokens. Thank you, my dude. To your cameo, well, I appreciate it. Lots of fun. Yeah, I like the AI stuff that people make, but I don't have issues with AI. I don't. Like, I personally will still come people to create art for me, for the channel and various things like that. But I do recognize that AI does, you know, it is the future. And it does allow people to have the creativity and freedom to do various different things. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just a tool at the end of the day. It's like a gun, right? A gun can either cause massive amount of crime or literally save your life, or be a fun weekend with like your dad and just shooting things. Obviously, a gun you consider to be a little bit more extreme example, but at the end of the day, it's still just a tool. Same with AI. It's just a tool to make your life easier, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. Yes, Blue, we did get a raid earlier. If you could shout out words of paradise, that'd be great. I don't think I saw the shout out. But I can take care of that. Give me a second. Let me get Words of Paradise YouTube channel. I don't see the raid, but anyway, there we go. There is Words of Paradise YouTube link there, from the raid from like a half an hour ago. My apologies. I'm sorry. You a gun, Odormal? Yes, I have a gun. I have a gun. I know how to shoot it. I'm actually a pretty good shot. I used to be a professional school shooter back in the day, actually. Well, that's a different story. Oh, and then I think Desert Ghost, thank you for being a subby bubby for a year now. 12 months now. 12 months Desert Ghost has been a subby bubby over on Kick. Thank you for being with me for so long. Thank you. It's been a fucking year, but whew, I hope we have many more years to come. Like a competition shooter? we could say that. We could say a competition shooter here, you know. Yeah. A mall range video when? Never. Never. That I don't. Knowing my luck, I'll probably accidentally dox myself in the process of doing that. Same thing why I would never do like a cooking video, because I don't want to like risk it. I'm scared to do like hand cam streams also. I don't know. I'm just worried. Just worried here. But I will be back in a couple minutes. I do gotta pee a little bit. But then we'll get into like actual hard news, like the side scrollers say here, because we actually got some good news coming from the State Department. But I'll be right back. Just give me a second to go pee. I'm back. I am back, chat. My cat has decided to join me. See, I had the opposite problem with my cat and my dog. My dog, I want him to stay because he's cute and he just sleeps on by my feet. This doesn't, cute for stream, doesn't really bother all that good. My cat is also cute. I like her hanging out with me. But usually she causes endless chaos while streaming. So, we'll see how long she lasts before I actually have to kick her out. There, but okay, so I have not read the whole thread, but I've heard about it, so let's check it out here. So, the State Department, this whole long-ass thread today. Last week, the United States refused to participate in the UN's review of the Global Compact on Migration. The United States objects to the Global Compact on Migration and the UN efforts to facilitate replacement migration to the United States and our Western allies. UN agencies systematically facilitated mass migration into America and in Europe, even as citizens of those nations call for restrictions on migration. Now the Global Compact's latest report urges nations to expand migration pathways and pursue regularization of migrants. UN agencies, working with NGOs they fund, established a migration corridor through Central America and into the US border. As American people suffered an unprecedented wave of mass migration, the UN was on ground pipelining migrants into our southern border. UN officials greeted migrants along the route through the deadly Darien Gap. UN-funded NGOs handed out maps of migrants en route to the United States. After facilitating mass migration to the United States, UN agencies condemned the deportation of illegal immigrants. Of course they did. Of course they did. As Europe endured sustained migratory pressure, UN officials staffed all ends of the Mediterranean migration route, from the coast of Libya to the shores of Aegean to the islands of Greece. Then the UN agencies condemned frontline states who refused to open their borders. While the United Kingdom faced unprecedented illegal boat crossings, UN agencies condemned plans for deportations. UN officials lobbied aviation regulators to prevent the deportation of migrants, an appalling violation of the UK's national sovereignty. The Global Compact on Migration claims to support safe migration, For the citizens of Western nations, mass migration was never safe. It was introduced new security threats, imposed financial strains, and undermined the cohesion of our societies. The United States will not legitimize global compacts that enable mass migration to America or Western nations. Under President Trump, the State Department will facilitate marine migration and not replacement migration. So, I was not expecting to wake up and actually see this today. But I say it's a good sign. The fact that the State Department's actually talking about remigration specifically and replacement migration is a sign that the culture has changed quite a lot over the past few years. Now, I like the black pill, right? I get a little bit doomer. I have criticized Trump many times over the past year now. And you know, I'll still probably criticize him later on too. It's just how it is. But you cannot deny the fact that the culture has changed significantly in the past few years. And people have overall moved further right. The fact that we're not criticizing legal immigration is a good sign. Overall. Because it used to be, oh, well, it's fine as long as there's legal, right? They're doing the right thing, blah, 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 blah. No, legal immigration is just as bad, if not worse, because of the negative effects about it. And actually using the term remigration, which is a term coined by, the quote-unquote far right on the internet, talking about, remigrating them back to their homeland, okay, and once again, not active genocide, just sending them back from where they came from, and the fact that the State Department is actively talking about that is a sign that is, once again, a good sign. They're actually listening and addressing the people's concerns. And, and it's not just simply just talking about it too, because that's a problem with politicians and the government, is they just talk about these things, don't actually solve the things. But refusing to participate in the UN's review of global compact on migration is an action, right? Refusing to participate within the United Nations, because it is. The United Nations is like the dictionary definition of like global homo, because taking all these nations with all these different cultures and problems and make them try to work together and become one, it sounds nice on paper, but completely blends them together and enforces a rule of essentially foreigners onto a sovereign country. But that's the problem with the EU. It's the same thing, which is why Brexit existed. Is you have all these people completely dislocated and just I'm not using the right terms here, my apologies. But completely separated from the common man, going to a foreign country, getting paid thousands, if not millions of dollars, to advocate for things that would actually make their own constituents worse, because they don't actually care about it. They only care about furthering their own goals, and pushing for mass migration furthers their own goals by giving them cheap labor, by destabilizing everything, by raising the housing market when it should be significantly lower than it actually is, based off the birth rates and the family rates that are happening. And just another way to enrich them more. And so the United States they're not participating in this and actively coming out with a multi-tweet thread talking about how it actually hurts people and what the UN is doing, this whole global compact on migration, is a good thing. It is a sign that the times are changing. Actively talking about replacement migration in particular. The remigration is a pretty good term for them to be using, but replacement migration, that means the State Department's acknowledging that the migration patterns, right, these illegals that are coming through, and technically the legals ones count, but for this conversation, illegals are actively replacing, right? Taking the original sovereign citizen and removing him and replacing him with some other foreigner. That's what replacement migration means. It's a good sign. It really is. That be actually using these terms, acknowledging what is actually happening to the American citizens, and then breaking it down further, being like they actually give them fucking maps on how to get to the United States, and not just the United States, but also how to get to Europe too. So it's going on beyond this scope, talking about what we did earlier, about how migration hurts people, and how this girl is actually a Mexican. Where is she at? Oh, did I? This would have been a nice smooth transition, but then I fucked it up. The Mexican chick, the reaction that we did earlier. Let me see if I can find it real quick again. Here. Like, acknowledging the fact that she's actually Mexican, but then the legal the subversive MAGA snake being like, well, I came here illegally, but I'm just American as you are. No, you are part of the whole replacement migration yourself. You came in here illegally, and you should be deported. And her family also came in when they're originally from Mexico, and she's not similar whatsoever. She's actually Mexican. She has no ties or loyalty to America. She should also be deported here. They both of them are part of replacement migration and should be deported. And it's happening everywhere else in the Western world. Hence why we do need the white solidarity I was talking about earlier. Thank you, Crowder Crowler, for the $1 review. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You should have yelled place and then summoned level 9 lightning bolt spells. Would have been funny, but I'm just appreciated being in that video to begin with here. And then thank you, Father Joe II for the 500 rope tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi there, I've been a bad sim for not showing up, so here's some guilt coins. You're fine, dude. I wouldn't even consider you a simp. You're fine, it's okay. There's more important things to life than watching an anime woman online, so don't feel bad. As Jimmy Carr said, these poor countries have their own sick people and need their own doctors. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. We don't need their doctors and engineers. We're content. We're good. We're full. Go back. We need Congress to take action to take action, though. Only really means anything with its admin in power. I would agree, right? Like, see, here's the thing. I'm trying to kind of stop blackpilling a little bit because I feel like I've been doing it too much. It just kind of, I don't know, makes streams really depressing. It doesn't exactly make me happy either, right? I'm trying to see the silver lining, the brighter side of various things. And don't get me wrong, right? It's not like I'm deluding myself now, being like, oh, everything's fine and dandy, Trump's our guy, he's on our side, all that fun stuff, right? I'm not gonna, like, go that far. But I am trying to appreciate the good things that are happening, and then take those good things and then still push further and be like, hey, that's good, happy, here's the carrots. Now, here's the stick for the time that you failed from XYZ, right? Trying to use both of them. Because blackpilling all the time is just, it's exhausting. It's tiring. It just ruins the mood and just, you know, this just demoralizes you and with everything. And so this is a good thing, them refusing to participate in the UN's review of global compact migration. This is a good thing that they're laying out on the multi-tweet thread about how this global compact migration actually hurts both the United States and Europe. This is a good thing they're using terms like replacement migration and remigration. Because it shows how far we have changed. We would not be talking about this, 6 years ago. Some people would be talking about this on the fringes of the internet and society. But 6 years ago was 2020. That's when we had mass censorship across all internet platforms, thanks to COVID and Black Lives Matter with George Floyd's death. That was peak fucking leftist control whole time period. Was between the years of 2018 to 2023. With the tipping point being in 2021 when Biden really got in charge there. But so much has changed in those few years. A large part of it thanks to Elon buying Twitter. That has been the biggest win by far. For all my complaints and criticisms of Elon, right, for all his flaws, him buying Twitter has completely shifted the paradigm that we're talking about. And hell, I'm part of that too. I'm further right nowadays than I was, 3 years ago in 2023. I mean, not like a huge radical shift like a social justice warrior into, far right Nazi fascist type of situation, right? That happened many years beforehand. But I'm still technically further right than I was in 2023 because of the paradigm shift. In 2023, I was still like, I don't really trust the happy merchants. But that's surely not all of them, right? Surely not all of them. No, it really is basically all of them. No, it basically is all of them. Right, still 99.9% of them, so it basically is actually all of them. That kind of situation. In 2023, I was still like, I don't like legal immigration, but long as they come in legally, in small amounts, it's okay. Nowadays, no, I don't want any legal immigration whatsoever. I don't, even from Western Europe, I still don't want them at this point in time. Maybe in 20 years, if we do an immigration moratorium and deport everybody, we can. Well, I don't want anybody whatsoever. 2023, I was a little bit more moderate in that case. I didn't want them coming legally from the shitholes, but I was not completely against legal immigration. Not as far as I am now. Wasn't exactly completely like on my mind like it is now either. So like, and in my case is a little bit more small shifts. But for other people out there, it's been major shifts. Some of them a little bit more suspiciously major shifts, where I'm like, look at you, and I'm just like, yeah, you, yeah, that seems a little bit strange that, why are you doing it now of all times? All that safe and cozy. Okay, but still, you can look at, we'll go back further. Like, 2020 was like the wake-up call for a lot of people. With the COVID shutdowns, and then the fiery, but mostly peaceful protests of Black Lives Matter with George Floyd, and then Biden's horrible pullout of Afghanistan, and him literally, the videos of him coming out, literally flooding the border, like actually using the forklift to lift the gate up so people can just go through. The whole, everything about Biden really, and just in general, was just a huge wake-up call for a lot of people during that time period. And we have changed so much since like 2016 politics and Trump. Oh, thank you, kitty. There. It's a good sign. And then we just need to keep on pushing further. Well, are you actually further right, or did the Overton window leave you behind, kitty? Both? It depends on what you consider the right-left paradigm to actually be, because there's two ways to take it, and I use both, depending on the context. So, there is the modern version of the left-right paradigm here, which would be me being actually further right in this context, where on the left you have, center-left and liberals, essentially, right, where, you should have closed borders, but, if you come to America, you're just as American as anybody else, no matter where you come from. Gays are okay, they're just humans too, they should adopt babies. Trannies are okay because they're adults, so they can do whatever they want with their bodies. Very more, wishy-washy, I just want to grill, just leave me alone, leave me and my video games alone, 2016 kind of liberalism, classical liberal, yeah, that kind of deal. And then I'll go more further left, and you actually get to the Marxists, the communists, those kind of people, that kind of deal. And then on the right being, center right, MAGA, closed borders, don't want the illegals coming in, but also deporting everybody who has come in over the past few decades. Possibly depending on who you ask within MAGA, like amnesty for certain cases, lower taxes, gun rights, that's that type of situation. That is what the Overton window, the modern Overton window technically is. And then you go further right, then you get into the more like legal immigration is just as bad, blah blah blah. And that's where I would be actually further right within this context, with this whole Overton window conversation. But it's important to kind of remember that being against illegal and legal immigration was the norm for the entirety of human history until about 80 years ago. Being against gays and trannies was entirely normal for entire human history until 80 years ago. Having women stay at home and take care of their kids was entirely normal until 80 years ago. All these so-called traditional values, well, the reason why the term traditional is put upon them is because it's what was the norm, right? It is passed down from generation to generation for how humans are supposed to function within society. That's what tradition is. And so it's not really like an Overton window shift. It's kind of correcting back to the natural course of nature, where, you know, the what would considered to be left back in the 60s was actually civil rights, and even then it was highly unpopular and had to be enforced by gunpoints. What was considered left back in the 1920s was girls wearing shorter dresses, like, and not like in not ankle length dresses. Like there has been a massive shift of the ever progressing, ever marching leftwards. God, there's a term for that, and it was coined by somebody, and I'm forgetting who, because I'm an ignorant void. But and I'm also saying the phrase incorrectly too, to go with the ignorance there. But the ever ending progression of leftism. You know what I'm talking about here. That's what we've been kind of dealing with. And I'm advocating for, return to tradition. There. So, is head pats working? Oh shit. I'm so sorry, everybody, for the head pats. I didn't realize that the thingy wasn't on. They actually give the head pats. So let me get that booted up. My apologies here. There. The March of Progress, yes. My principles are only those that, before the French Revolution, every well-born person considered sane and normal. I'm not sure whose that quote is, Sleepy, but more basically that. Basically that. Okay, the head pat should be working. My apologies, chat. I'm sorry. There. People have been okay with gays for decades in the West. Less than 100 years ago, gay were chemically castrated in the West and not thrown in jail. I wouldn't say for decades, actually. Speaking of my messy statistics folder. Here. I found one about the gays in particular. Let me see if I can find it without it being a complete shit show. No promises. No promises here. Might be helpful if I actually choose the statistics folder and not all of them. That'd be cool. But even still, like in 2010, it was a point of contention. Not all 50 states were a fan of gay marriage. In 2015 when it got legalized. A lot of people don't kind of realize that or remember that. But it was nobody. It was still not supported in all the states. Actually, a vast majority of states in 2015, and it only kind of raised an acceptance after it got legalized, because they're like, well, shit. Well, I guess we can't really do anything about it now. But then afterwards, now we're also raising homophobia as more stuff has come out about how it just always seems to be the baby boys that these gay dads are adopting, and they seem to always do horrible things to these poor children, and it starts to make you question, why is that? Like, there was an article the other day of like Britain's first gay couple. I might be let me try to find this too. Being ousted as sex traffickers. And it's like, ironic, isn't it? Ironic, isn't it, that that the first ones are also, sex traffickers or something along those lines. Let me see. Charged with rape and human trafficking. Yes. Okay, let me get this article up real quick. And also let me still try to find the gay statistic stuff, but don't think I'm gonna find it. I thought it would be sooner, but I don't know where it's at, because this whole thing's a fucking mess. For the second time or third time this fucking stream. Everything's fine. Everything's fine and dandy. It's all good in the hood. Everything's okay. Oh well, I give up again. Yeah. Thank you, Carter Keller, for the dollar review. Thank you. To the people that go, yeah, but to look at this good thing, you're a huge bitch. White pill forever. Hope core, baby. um, well, I wouldn't call him go as far as call him a huge bitch, but I understand your sentiment there. It is a little bit annoying to be like, you know, when you see a good thing, but it's like, oh, well, you know, this bad thing happened, so therefore, you know, discredits this good thing happening. And like, I get that. I do that a lot myself. I'm quite cynical and pessimistic, so I don't exactly blame them for doing it. But at the same time, it's also kind of annoying. And it's just like, we're trying to have good news here, you know. Like, I get things are still not perfect, but I'm not saying they're perfect. Just, you know, just appreciate the good stuff. Okay, here's the article. Britain's first gay surrogate parent charged with rape and human trafficking. Barry Druitt Barlow, 57, and Scott Druitt Barlow, 32. The co-owner of Maldon and Chiptree Football Club are due to reappear in court on Friday. Okay, so this might be a little bit hypocritical of me because I'm okay with age gaps. Like, I constantly complain about the leftists being like, oh, she's a 20-year-old child. How dare she get with a 30-year-old man? And that's a 10-year age gap, right? Like, that's not really a problem. I do think age gaps are a bit strange once it gets past, like, 15. Like, 15 is probably, like, the max. And even then, that kind of makes me a little bit uncomfortable there. Even when it's a man and a woman. Because that's just, I don't know, seems a bit strange. But when it comes to gays in particular, right? Obviously, one's 57, one's 32. I don't know how long they've been together. Maybe the article goes into it. But there are many cases, I've heard many stories of a much older gay man grooming a teenager, like, and we're talking like 16, 17, right? And together, and I just look at that age gap and I just kind of think roughly the same thing. Like, I knew somebody many years ago now that basically had that happen to them, where the guy was like a good like 15 years older, which is exactly this age gap, 15 to 20 years older, and he was in high school, 16, 17, and you know, just before 18, and it was kind of groomed him into a very abusive relationship that he took him years to get out of. And so I just look at that age gap and was a little bit suspicious, being like, when did you guys get together? Because if they got together when the guy was like 25 and the other guy was 40, like, okay, whatever, not a big deal, right? But it's so common within the gay community to do exactly this that just kind of just gives me a little bit of side-eye, but I guess maybe the article will tell how long it's been. Stephen Fry met his much younger husband when the husband was still a boy. Oh my god. I don't know who Stephen Fry is, but that's gross. That's very fucking gross here. A general good rule of thumb is half your age plus 7, but it's more of a suggestion than a hard standard. Yeah, I would say so, but I don't know. I personally like age gaps. I like older men. I'm a little bit of a grave robber, but like actual dating probably wouldn't go more than like 15 years, and even then that makes me uncomfortable. 15 years, I think like 10 is like my preferred age gap myself. British actor. Oh, okay. Let's see. Remember when Newsom wanted to lower the punishment for gays serving on 11-year-olds? I don't think it was Newsom. It was that, oh fuck, what's his name? He's notorious. He's the one who lowered the felony to a misdemeanor for the AIDS, purposely giving people AIDS. It's that gay dude. There. I know what you're talking about, because I think we talked about it on the Archcast. But we didn't actually read the article, and someone in the comments corrected. But I forget what the correction was actually about. So, I don't know what to exactly believe in that context, but at the same time, I can also kind of believe it. Scott Wiener! Oh, yeah, Scott Wiener. You can't make that shit up. His name's literally fucking Wiener. From the Nick Shirley video when he's in California? Yes, Scott Wiener. There. I know him. I recognize the face. I recognize the name. But like, remembering both at the same time is a little bit of a difficulty here. One of Ray's first gay surrogate parents has been charged with rape and human trafficking for sexual exploitation. Yay! Barry Druitt Barlow, 57, became Britain's first gay surrogate parent in 1999. He and Scott Druitt Barlow, 32, the co-owner of Malden and Tiptree Football Club, are charged with multiple offences. The pair, from Danbury, Essex, will appear at Chelmsford Magistrates Court on Friday. The Crown Prosecution Service, CPS, said Barry Druitt Barlow has been charged with 3 counts of sexual assault on a male, 4 counts of rape of a man 18 or over, and 2 counts of arranging or facilitating travel of another person with a view to exploitation. Scott Druitt Barlow has been charged with 1 count of sexual assault on a male, 1 count of rape of a man 16 or over, and 2 counts of arranging or facilitating travel of another person with a view to exploitation. Essex Police said officers from the Serious Crime Directorate carried out searches on the premises in Danbury, Malden, and Braintree on Wednesday and arrested the 2 men. The force said since then it's been liaising with the CPS. ITV shelved a planned TV show about the men's move into football club ownership. I wonder why. On Friday morning, an ITV spokesperson said ITV has decided to remove Up the Jammers from the upcoming schedule. It will no longer be shown on ITV4 or ITVX as previously advertised. I don't really blame him for that when you got child traffickers or rape and human trafficking here. So it's not actually like children. I mean, okay, it depends your definition of children, I guess, because in the US, 16 is still a child, right? You're not legally adult until you're 18. But we do have rules where, like, if a 16-year-old does commit a crime, they can be charged as an adult because it is close enough, and you do have the kind of same mental awareness, roughly. And it seems like the law in Britain, not a lawyer, right, and not British myself, saying that the rape of a man 16 or over is, and it specifically says 16 or over in this case, so it must be handled differently than, under 16. So it's still a child, but legally it kind of seems to be taking it as an adult. So it's not like pedophilia in the sense of like, a 10-year-old or a 5-year-old. It says that it's a teenager, but it's still not good because they're not actually legally an adult. Minor, not child. Yeah, that would be a good differentiating there. Yeah. 16 is the age of consent in England. Okay. I mean, it's kind of the age of consent in the United States, but we have... It's more state by state, and if a 16-year-old sleeps with a 30-year-old, you can still be charged with pedophilia and still be, an abuse of a minor because of the age gap difference. It's mostly for Jack and Jill laws in this case, because teenagers have sex. Believe it or not, the age where people get horny and go through puberty is when they start having sex. So it's more along those kind of lines there. It's the judges giving leniency to those they choose. That makes sense. How many times have we seen this now? Too many. Now, once again, I'm glad it's not like actual really young children involved with this, but it's just still funny to me. I say maybe funny, but maybe not the best word for this because okay. Human trafficking, bad. Raping men, bad. Raping 16-year-olds, bad. Well, I guess it could be 16 or over, so it doesn't have to be exactly 16, but like context kind of implies that. Sexual assault on men, bad, right? So it's not like it's actually funny, but at the same time, it's just like, great. So another gays, more gays are doing more horrible sexual acts, and raping, human trafficking, and assaulting people. Like they're just completely uncontrollably horny here. The term you want is laughable, not funny. Yeah, laughable works. Laughable works a lot better. It's just all the time. All the time. There. It's just... I quote tweeted this with this article being like, my homophobia grows with each passing day, because it's true. I was not this homophobic. Like, speaking of how much farther right I've gotten since 2023 as the example, because that's when Elon bought Twitter. Like, I was not this homophobic. Like, gays kind of... I didn't really like the gays because they were weird. and I didn't like how sexual and deviant they were. But as long as they just got their monkeypox from their orgies and just kept it to themselves, I really didn't care. Right? I wasn't exactly a fan of them adopting, but like I wasn't against it either, because if it's a gay couple that's actually stable enough to actually get married, which is rare because gays never get married. Like the marriage statistics for the gays are ridiculously low because they're just horn dogs. They constantly cheating each other, constantly have orgies, constantly just sleeping with other men. There's no actual stability there. So the gays actually getting married sound like they're actually, quote unquote, the good gays, right? So it's like, okay, as long as they're good gays, they can have kids, because if they're already getting married, it's already a good sign, right? Yeah, my position has changed over the past few years. On that standpoint, I don't want any gays adopting whatsoever, even if they are married. Like, clearly the marriage doesn't stop the degeneracy. They're just enacting the degeneracy with each other, literally with each other. In this case, it was all fun and games until the kids and the dogs started getting monkeypox. Like, it just, because they don't stop being dated. Yeah, they don't. Like, when I worked at Walmart, there was this gay dude with a whole host of issues. Very stereotypically gay. The whole fucking accent being like, oh my god, girl. Like, oh, just, it's absolutely cray-cray that we're doing this. Like, oh my god. Like, that kind of deal, but like, obviously with the gay accent, not the Valley Girl sounding. And he was just constantly doing drugs, getting fucked by other men, and he came in every single day with a new drama story to tell. And he came from a horrible home life, by the way. Single mother who was also a druggie. No surprise that the guy was so damaged. But all the girls liked him because girls like gay guys for some reason. Well, I shouldn't say for some reason. I have some theories as to why. Because birth control tricks your body into thinking that it's pregnant. So women like softer, more effeminate men because it seems as less dangerous. Because when you're pregnant, your body wants to protect yourself, right? And your body a lot more. Yeah, and the rugged, more gruff men are more like red flags, so they might actually hurt you, and the baby. And so they like more twinks and gay men. And pretty much every single woman's on hormonal birth control. The key word is hormonal. The copper IUD doesn't have that same effect because it's not based off the hormones. And so the gays are exactly that. They're effeminate, men that love the gossip and girly things in pink. One of the girls. And they're massive whores too. And they go out and sleep, and they love to talk about all the drama and all the bad things that are happening. Well, when I say bad things, I mean, like, the bad decisions that they're making that, modern day women do. So they fit in like a glove. It's disgusting. And the whole entire time with him, I was just like, I don't like you. You set up alarm bells within my head. Like, I'm so nice to you because you're my coworker and I don't want any drama. But you're a lazy piece of shit who trauma dumps every single day, and you clearly need to fix your life because holy fucking shit, you're a mess, and your voice is really annoying. Just God, like, I hate it. I did not like him. And there was a black gay dude who was not as bad. Wasn't really into the drug stuff in that case, but was very similar. I didn't like him either. I didn't like him either whatsoever. And it's just like, ugh, you guys are exhausting. They made me more homophobic. That's for sure. When I was younger. Still very gay. Yes, still very gay. I'm so happy that... So listen, for all the faults of Tumblr, and there are many faults of Tumblr, don't get me wrong, but for all the faults of Tumblr, one of the good things about it is that it taught me how bad hormonal birth control was. Because even though they advocated for birth control back when I was on it, all the girlies would talk about how the negative side effects, how it makes them fat, more depressed, low libido, acne, and other issues that would happen. And then also my older sister, my mother figure sister, would talk about how different hormonal birth control has affected her, and how like the pill would always fuck her up, and various things like that. And so it's thanks to Tumblr and hearing those stories about how bad hormonal birth control was, but when the time came for me to get birth control, I was like, I'm gonna do my research and try to find an alternative here, because I don't want to be on hormonal birth control. I'm good. I'm gonna avoid that, and I did, and I found the copper IUD, and I was much happier with that. It's the only side effect with the copper. There's only 3 side effects with the copper IUD, and that is heavier cramps, heavier bleeding, and by the way, those 2 things are a case-by-case basis. It depends on how the woman's flow is, just already, like her natural flow is, and then a very extremely low chance, and this is after using this for years, well beyond this lifespan, of copper poisoning. And copper IUD is permanently inside you unless you get it removed or it falls out, but like it's basically permanently inside you, and for at least 12 years. So you don't have to worry about waking up and taking a pill every morning, so you don't forget to take the pill. You don't have to get the injections, which are one of the worst hormonal birth control you could possibly get, because you're injecting that right into your fucking heart, which pumps into your bloodstream, and then to the blood-brain barrier, and it just completely just one-shots and fries women. I actually saw a real-life example of this happening in high school. I told her not to get the injections, and actually no, she got the, sorry, not the injections. She got the insert, which it goes into the arm, same place that the injections are, and it's the exact same thing. Injections and the insert into the arm is just as bad. And I told her not to get it, and she did it anyways because of how efficient it was, and she didn't want to deal with the pill. And I was just like, and then I saw her go fucking batshit insane. She completely blew up her boyfriend's life, and constantly got back together with him. Constant drama, huge anger issues, constant meltdowns, the whole like just fucking schizoid woman. And I just sat there just being like, holy fucking shit. I told you, bro. I told you. Don't go down the stairs. Like, I hate hormonal birth control with a passion. And for me personally, I didn't get heavier cramps, and I didn't get heavier bleeding, and I don't have copper poisoning that I'm aware of, so I'm good. I avoided all, the hormonal issues that come with taking hormonal birth control. Surprise, surprise. I like to think that my taste in men is the natural form. I like big, strong men. A little bit rough around the edges. I don't really like twinks. And I'm not really effeminate men. Not leftist anymore like I was when I was 12. I don't know. I like to think that that's a huge part as to why I'm who I am today, is because I did avoid the hormonal birth control shit. There. Your one friend? Well, I say, yeah, there was a girl in high school. That wait, hold on. Oh, who are you talking about with the one friend? Because I talking about the girl in high school there. I'm assuming you're talking about that? Hormonal birth control has poisoned the water table. It's probably why T levels are 1/4 of what they were in 1927. Oh, 100%. That's one thing that's not even addressed too much about hormonal birth control. Is that it literally is turning the freaking frogs gay, right? When Alex Jones did the whole meme of like turning the freaking frogs gay, like, obviously it's a little bit hyperbolic what he said there, but it's actually true. It's happening to humans as well. There is estrogen in the water. It's not being filtered out. They do not have the filters within tap water are only for minerals, and not even all the minerals there. And sometimes they even add minerals within it that weren't that is supposed to be for your benefit, right? Or some places add fluoride to the water. And even then, they're not all the good filtration systems, because there's like Flint, Michigan, what, 10 years ago plus now, had the whole controversy with their water not being filtered properly. Granted, it's all based off black, so no surprise there. But the water filtration system is not meant to filter out estrogen, because nobody really talks about this problem. No one's really addressed it. Nobody even knows they actually exist. And they'll obviously deny it. Like, what do you mean there's estrogen in the water? It's like, because it's not being filtered out properly when every single woman from ages 16 and up is on hormonal birth control and they pee, there's still estrogen left in their pee. And then it goes into the water supply and it's not filtered because the filters aren't made for this. And it's so small that it just kind of all adds up together. There. Like, it's insane. And you can actually see it. It's like, and there's multiple other areas where estrogen and other hormonal blockers are occurring within humans. It's not just the water. It's just not helping. Like, the guys are turning more feminine and gay. You can actually see their physiognomy changing in real time. The women are developing and going to puberty quicker. There's estrogen in chicken breast, by the way. At least there used to be. The Tyson chicken will pump their chicken full of estrogen and other drugs to kind of make them fatter and plumper. Then you eat that. Then it's like, wow, you wonder why, women are developing faster. The type of soaps that you use, the microplastics in your balls, all those things are endocrine disruptors. And it's all very important to actually do your research into what your daily life and products that you use, because everything is made to poison us. At a certain point, you kind of go a little bit crazy with it, so you don't want to go too off the deep end, but you should try to eliminate as much of them as humanly possible without making yourself go insane, because you are poisoning yourself on a daily basis with what soaps you use, the cleaning supplies that you use, the food that you eat, what kind of thing you drink the water out of, just everything here. Alex is kind of right, he just didn't explain it well, no, but it was still a funny meme. I mean, come on, turn the freaking frogs gay! And then the remix that the person made of it, oh, beautiful. Do you have a soap affiliate or think it's someone else? I do. Speaking of healthy soaps and making sure what you're ingesting is healthy for your body, may I introduce you to thedragonstreasure.com. With code Amalgamyte, you can get 10% off your order for your tea, coffee, and soap needs. Handmade by the Tea Man himself. And I personally use the soap made by the Tea Man. And, they're all natural, They're good soaps with you. They don't have the microplastics in your bowls. Or the other endocrine disruptors. And for the love of all that's holy, please load. I can't tell if it's the site or my computer. I'm assuming it's my computer. It's always my computer. Here, thank you, here. Thank you. But yeah, water, orange essential oil, chamomile, sapphire. I don't know what this is. Sodium citrate, glycerin, sucrose, sodium laurate, sodium lauryl sulfate, a bunch of chemicals basically. To make soap. But it's better than getting like Suave from Walmart or God, what's the other like really cheap brands that exist out there? I can't remember off the top of my head. I haven't bought that stuff in ages. But yes. It is better. It is better for you, and made by the Tea Man himself. And you got even little dragon molds and foot molds if you have a fetish or interest. I think next time I get soap, I'm gonna get the dragon mold because on brand and stuff like that. Not the foot mold though, so I don't have a foot fetish. But yeah, code Amalgamyte for 10% off your order. Help support the channel. Help support the Tea Man himself. He's pretty base. He's the one singular Tea Man fighting against the world. And thank you, Zim the Despot, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. The gays don't want me, a Christian, to use the Bible to rebuke their lifestyle. Little do they a blood transfusion from an untested straight man than it is to get a blood transfusion from a gay man who has gotten a negative for having AIDS. Oh. Stream's dying? Stream working again? We are back? Okay. I'm sorry, everything's crashing. I think I'm noticing my little thingy saying my RAM's going up. My RAM's going up here. Everything's fine. We didn't hear the super chat stuff. I see you now. It's back. Okay. Sorry, chat. I don't know what happened there. They hit her with the gay beam. No! I have rainbow flags in my bio. I have the monkeypox, and I will give them to you, Chance. I will give you those lumps on your groins with my creamy mess. It's gonna be like sausage and gravy. Kick is still offline? Wait, what? Maybe refresh? Refresh, question mark? Refresh? Something like that? I don't know. We are online. Okay, shut up! Silly woman. Okay, my apologies, chat, for the stream crash. My apologies. Okay, let me... Now that we're back and hopefully good, I'll repeat what I said. Here. So, because somebody said I missed the reading the super chat. So, Zim the Despot, thank you again for the $5 deals. Sorry, this is a little bit repetitive. I just want to make sure. I want to make sure you got the thanks. I want to make sure you got the thanks you deserve. The gays don't want me, a Christian, to use the Bible to rebuke their lifestyle. Little do they know, the Bible is kinder than CDC statistics. I don't think it's actually kinder, technically. However, statistics are pretty harsh upon the gays. Oh, there. Like, my favorite statistic that made me super fucking homophobic, and I kind of said this while the stream was down, so I'm repeating myself, my apologies, but, like, I want to make sure people know this, because it's insane. It is safer to get a blood transfusion from a straight man, an untested straight man, than it is to get a blood transfusion from a gay man who's been tested and gotten negative. Because the rates of STDs within gays are so astronomically high that could possibly that negative is more than likely be a false negative because of how bad they are. It's insane. And I was just like, okay. Yeah, I don't want them to get blood transfusions. No, don't have kids. Don't get blood transfusions. Get rid of marriage. You don't need to get married. You know, not even for the tax benefits. I don't care. You're not having kids. You shouldn't get the tax benefits. There. So get the fuck out of here. Yeah. So, burning in hell sounds like a good idea to me personally. Yeah, that's crazy. It's insane. Insane! What do you mean untested straight man safer than a gay who's got a negative? The fuck? Yeah. That thing just completely blew me out of the park. Technically being gay is not a sin on itself, as acting on it is sinful. Well, they always act on it, that's the thing. Because part of the problem with the gays too is men are horny. Okay, this is less than it is a gay problem because regular men can regulate it. Like straight men have women who have lower libido than normal to kind of to regulate their high libido, because men usually have higher sex drive than women do. But gay men, they don't have that regulation there, and they don't have to worry about getting women pregnant and having like too many kids or anything like that. There's nothing really stopping them from enjoying their degeneracy, and so it turns into this massive spiral, which is why they get into such degenerate stuff like grooming kids, because it's how they make more of themselves, or human trafficking and rape. That's why they love orgies, and a lot of them have a bug chasing fetish where they purposely give each other STDs so they can misery loves company. Or like piss fetishes too. They're in, or you see with the gay pride parades of them wearing the dog suits and walking on the floors, and the penis cages, right? The balls and chains. Like you see the most degenerate stuff coming out of them, and lots of furries are gay and have like the diaper fetish too. There's a huge overlap within those communities. You see the most disgusting, vile stuff coming from the gays because there's no way to actually check them. There's no regulation that goes into it. It is just like this endless spiral of of just needing to have sex. Just constant sex. That's why they have it with a new man every single night. or like the orgies every single weekend. It's just they're awful, absolutely revolting. And once again, if they didn't rape kids, if they didn't have the bug chasing fetish, if they didn't, groom or human traffic, I wouldn't care as much if they just went into their own little corner and gave each other the monkeypox and whatever STD else, as long as they just, weren't anywhere close to me. But unfortunately, they have to intrude into my life like every other fucking leftist does, every single ideologue, every single, quote-unquote minority does. And they do all these horrible stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna take the risk. Maybe we should bring back flogging or death penalty for various other things. Because there's no control there. And so they always act on it. And so you never expect anything less from them. There. In all fairness, you're dressed like a furry, Amal. Well, one, I'm an anime girl, okay? Listen, are you gonna call all anime girls that are some sort of animal a furry? Like, the amount of, like, fox women out there that exists is infinitesimal. Not infinitesimal, infinite. Sorry. There. I'm just an amalgamation. Also, I'm not even a fox. I'm a wolf, technically. Just want to clarify, okay? Don't miss-species me. And two, mild furry. There's a difference. There's a difference when mild furry, okay? It's just like the men who, like, aliens with big tits. Like, bad. More than 0% furry. Bad woman, okay? Okay, like, it's, okay. Like, mild furry is basically anime woman, right? Like, get the cute, like the cat girl. It's a girl with tits, and she's got cat ears and a cat tail. Maybe got the fangs and the eyes. You might have like the paws, maybe. Or the claws. Okay, that kind of mild furry. Which technically agrees with the guy who said that I am technically a furry with my anime avatar. But like. So I guess we're kind of in agreement in that case, technically. But like, you get my point, right? You get my point. Consult the chart. Yeah, I probably say like 3 is my maximum. I know. We pulled up the furry chart on the Archcast on Saturday. Furry chart, and like 3 is likely like my max. I guess it also depends on what like furry scale we're going with, actually. Because there's a bunch of different furry scales. Yeah. Okay, like this one, right? 3 is my max. Still wears the skirt. Even then, it also depends on the artist draws it too. 2 is like the preferred. Like 1 to 2 is the preferred, but 3 is not bad. Like 3 is just the max. Once again. Once you get to 4, that's just an animal. That's just an anthro animal. Which, unfortunately, that's what lots of furries are into. At least, like, the Western furries, and that's too far. That's too far. That's just this, but on 2 legs. No thank you. No thank you here. 3 is too much, 2 is max. That's understandable. I can see that point. Well, I can see that point here. I thought you were into werewolves, though. I mean, not really, actually. Like... I mean, yes and no. I know it's a meme that I like werewolves, but it's not like when it comes to like werewolves, it's not. It depends on how woof the were is, right? Like it still needs to. It's not. It's more about the dominance and the feralness of it, right? And being completely powerless. It ties back into the rape fetish that I have, because it's about the man just losing complete control and just using his bare instincts, and then kind of like pinning me down and just like ravaging me. And that's what werewolves do. That's why a lot of women actually do have the werewolf fantasy, because the whole point is this wild animal, and not really exactly the animal itself. It's just the animalistic aspect of it that's dangerous and could hurt you, but all he wants to do is just like breed you. And then that case, which is once again ties back into the rape fetish aspect of things, right? It's being pinned down and used and bred. So that's where the werewolf part ties in, because that's where the whole like monstrosity goes into. But it's not like my favorite fetish, right? It's not like something I goon to. I goon to rape hentai. Unironically, unfortunately, Reddit has shut down rape hentai so many times. You have to actually look it up. But I literally had to type in rape_hentai into Reddit to get my rape hentai. This is a subreddit, and it's a great place. Yes, I go to Reddit for porn. It's great because it's literally just a subreddit for rape. Right? I don't have to worry about it being like shut down from, you know, Pornhub because of the things that have happened before in the past with minors and other relations, right? I don't have the weird things that pop up on Google or the other like anime sites. Like it's very curated by like-minded people just for me, okay? So one second, I need bleach. And I don't even do it that often. So thank you for the follow, by the way, after I've explained the rape fetish here and werewolf fetishing. Oh, thank you, Color for the $1 I do. Thank you. Waxing my color after washing and polishing it. She looks great, all by hand. What's like $6-7? So isolation. Have you read that werewolf light novel I bought you yet? Well, congrats on waxing and polishing your car. I bet that probably does actually look quite nice. I can appreciate a nice, sexy car there. And I will put $7 to Alien Isolation because I have not been counting because you were not been labeling. So my apologies there. But yeah. And then I have not read it yet. My apologies. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of forgot about it. But you shouldn't expect me to read anything, okay? I'm sorry. Don't buy me books. I need a man twice my age to groom me and force me to read a book for his own entertainment. That's how I read books these days here. You must be on Swords of Lissalomeo? Well, it's a very common fetish. Like 80% of women have a rape fetish. No, I'm not joking. Like it's not actually the real rape. Keep in mind, it's not like I'm not gonna go out into the middle of the night and be like, oh daddy, please rape me, okay? Like it's not like I want actual rape, and I definitely don't want a brown to touch me. That's disgusting. It's about the dominance. It's about being desired. It's about just being completely taken over and losing control to somebody more powerful than you that just wants you because you're so hot and sexy that they like completely just lose their mind and read you. Like that's what the appeal is, and hence why lots of women have that, because they want to be desired. They want to feel pretty. They want a man to completely lose control, and they want to be bred because they're meant to be bred because women are supposed to have kids. And way back in the days, back in tribal hunting days, right, when clans would fight with each other, men would often go and loot and pillage and steal women and take them back as war brides and rape them repeatedly, and then they become one of their own. It's just a very typical, very stereotypical thing that would happen for all cultures throughout humanity, right? No matter how low IQ and brown that they are. It's just that Western society has evolved, right? And to realizing that rape is actually bad. And it actually harms the woman a little bit. But they still have that biological, desire for that. It's about being manhandled. Yes, exactly that. Exactly that. 1 second, you know what? Another bleach bottle. You're welcome. I hope you enjoyed. I'm glad you liked the stream. Speaking of liking streams, by the way, I don't do this enough, but I do need to do it more because I need to be a good, e-thought after all. If you're a YouTube bro, and hell, even a Rumble bro, but not as important, especially if you're a YouTube bro, please like the stream, because apparently, last I heard, YouTube only cares about likes. So if you want to help support the channel without actually throwing money at the e-thought online, just simply liking the stream is a great way to help, promote this so more people can learn about why women have rape fetishes. It's great. Thank you, Danny Delito, for the $5 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Read the moon is a harsh mistress. Read, bitch. No, I will not read. You cannot force me to read. I'm illiterate and retarded. Why are VTubers like this? Because we're uncontrolled women. Uncontrolled women, okay? Like, the best way a best form of a woman is a one that's unreleased by another man. I don't even mean that with a sexual context, by the way. I mean actually, like, a woman gets controlled and actually respects a man, you know, her husband, ideally. They actually keep her in her place. If you let a woman, you know, just release women into the wild, then they turn into massive whores. And now we have a modern society. And VTubers are just massive whores. We are e-thoughts at the end of the day. We are streaming for male attention. And yes, I am no difference. Projection! She absolutely does mean it like that. Well. Maybe. Maybe. I thank you, Crowder Color, for the dollar redo. Listen, I'm willing to read it to you like a bedtime story. Alien. I think, if I remember correctly, I bought it. I need to actually, like, boot up the Kindle, right, the Amazon Kindle app, and actually, you know, read it. But I just don't read, and I need to read, but I don't read. Actually, part of my problem right now, specifically right now, is that I'm on a huge Fire Emblem kick, and to me, that's reading, okay? It's got a great fucking story, great gameplay, great characters. It's reading to me. I'm enjoying it. Is it, you know, anything that doesn't teach anything? Not particularly. I know the moral lessons. You know, I'm a big girl. I've heard this kind of story before. Does it teach any historical facts? No. Is it all fictional? Yes. But it's reading to me. I'm still enjoying a story, am I not? Oh, and then thank you, Autofire, for the resubby bubby for 5 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my dude. My voice got really high-pitched there. Really, really high-pitched there. Sorry about that. And give you 4 more months, and I will push you out of my womb. You can be my rape baby. How does that make you feel, Autofire? Don't answer that. Oh shit. Oh, real, okay. Oh, okay. Well, I guess to go with the, the rape baby and the shocking and the furries, I don't know. I feel like I'm being rewarded for degenerate. For the 200 shekels, my dude. Oh, and with that stream died here. Oh, it's all dead? What, the thing to die on? Yeah, seriously. Not like you can actually hear me when I talk about this. I have to remember not to go silent when this happens. Because I never know when stream's gonna go back up. Here. Let's see. Back? Questions? Sort of, kind of? All the stream is dying to try to save you from cursed things. Okay, let me use my task manager here. Can I kill anything? One day these days, I will switch to Brave. And today is not that day. Because this happened on Saturday. Yeah, this happened on Saturday where the stream was just on the struggle fucking bus. Okay, Trium, or mods in general, whoever is here, after stream, yell at me. To switch over the Brave, because I just need to do it. I just need to make the jump. Right, I have it downloaded, I just haven't actually used it. I need to actually go into OBS and switch the screen that's being shared and all the other fun stuff that goes into it. Because this is getting a little bit out of hand. And hopefully, because like I'm using 70% of my RAM right now. It's not that much, right? It's not that much to use 70% of my RAM, right? Right? Actually, I think I had to get under 60 for Saturday stream to start functioning better. So let me try to kill a few things. Can I kill anything? Can I actually kill anything to kind of help with this? Maybe this, maybe that. I went through this last time, but I did a gaming stream. But this is like a yapping politics stream, kind of all over the place. I guess I could kill Firefox. I could kill Firefox and reboot it. That might be a good idea. There we go. Okay, goodbye the furry scale. We don't need you anymore. There. 70% of what? 16 or 32? I looked it up on Saturday and I can't remember. I think 32 or 64. Isn't it 60? I'm pretty sure it's 64. Pretty sure it's 64. But since Elder Saga was quite generous, extremely generous, I do want to restate my thanks to Elder Saga because I just want to make that very clear. I don't know how much was cut out. I don't know how much cut out for when with everything, but thank you, Elder Saga. And I saw that. What did you say? Sorry, been busy. Just came in, new DGen. Don't worry about it. It's okay. You don't have to apologize for being busy. There's once, like I said to the person earlier, there's like, and I mean this to everybody, right? There are a lot more important things than watching an anime woman on the internet. There's a million anime women on the internet. Don't have to apologize to me. I'm another fucking fish in the sea. They're bigger things. So don't ever feel bad about it, and don't ever give me shekels because you feel bad for not being here on stream. Like that's bad. I'll bonk you for that. There. 6. Oh, here, back to the furry scale. Oh, yes, the furry scale. I love the furry scale. Oh, no, there's the Italian stuff from earlier. What was I doing other than drugs? Yes, more drugs. Got it. Understandable. Have a good day. There we go. Now we're at 65% of RAM use, so hopefully there'll be less issues. I explained this on Saturday's stream, but I know it seems like a lot of RAM use, and it is, and I definitely know Firefox is part of the problem. But it's also the fact that when it comes to VTubing, it takes a lot of RAM to do it because you're actively moving a model like this. It's puppeting stuff. It's tracking my movement. There's a lot involved. And then I'm also multi-streaming. It's not as demanding as like a game, like if I was playing a game on Steam, especially, or just a game in general. But being the streaming takes a lot of demand. VTubing in particular does a shit ton because of the model, in general. And then everything else kind of in the back end running the kind of function stuff. Yeah, it's quite demanding for a computer, hence why 64. Though, it would probably be a lot better if I didn't have Firefox, but it would still probably be like 50 to 60% is my rough estimation. Probably like of my RAM being used. There. Thank you, Man Ma Nadich for the $5 dues. Thank you. If you like Fire Emblem, play Fire Emblem 4 for the SNES. Great game. Isn't that the genealogy of the Holy Wars? I've heard it's good, but very difficult and slow. Like it needs to have a remake, from what I've heard. But I've never got around to actually playing it myself. There, but it's on my list. I think I'm gonna do the Golden Deer route next. Because I haven't done the Golden Deer route for 3 houses. And then I'm torn between either one of the GBA Fire Emblems or GameCube. I'm leaning towards GameCube. I'm playing Radiant Dawn. I think Radiant Dawn's the right one for GameCube, if I remember correctly. Because I know there's two of them on the GameCube, and one of them, and there's one's the sequel to the other one. And I'm pretty sure Radiant Dawn's the first one. There. But anyways, enough of useless yapping from a woman talking about unrelated things. I need to do a react swap video for a video this week on the channel. And I did not do proper coverage of the UK elections. Local elections, I should say. I meant to, but I was a woman and I started yapping too fucking much once again. it's chronic, okay? It's permanent. It's stuck. I'm never gonna be able to change. And so, my favorite Brit, Sovereign of God, right? My father figure, has made a video about the election salt mining, and I figured maybe this would be a good way to kind of enjoy this. Maybe a good way to kind of enjoy the local elections that have occurred through another man. Rating split between GameCube and the Wii? It is? Interesting. Path of Radiance without Radiant Dawn? Okay. One of them is of the first game, the other one's a sequel to it. I don't know, I can't remember which one's which. But whichever one's the first one is what I'll be playing, so I want to make sure I play them in order. So, whatever that case is. But I need a... Listen, I could tangent about Fire Emblem for a very, very long time. So I'm gonna bottle up for a second. So we can actually go into the politics here. Because, yeah, I need to be a good political VTuber, right? I need to be a good political VTuber and get my reaction out here. But I will... Path of Radiance for the GameCube, Radiant Dawns for the Wii. Ah, okay. So it was Path... Oh, so, okay. So Path of Radiance is actually what I should play then. Got it. Got it. So, not Radiant Dawn. Though I think Radiant Dawn is considered the better one between the two. But, anyway, I can't... I could talk about Fire Emblem, okay? I need to be... Yeah, anyway. Into the reform elections. Or, yes, that kind of... Yeah. I'm a bad streamer.
So the results are in from the local elections, and man, a bunch of them really aren't happy. Reform did pretty well. Not as well as I think people were expecting them to do, actually. Not the various predictions. I'll go through it at some point. Because actually, the Greens and Reform didn't do quite what I was, frankly, hoping they would do, which is completely destroy Labour and the Tories. Labour didn't have as disastrous a night as was predicted, which is kind of disappointing. But... these things aside, let's just enjoy a bit of salt mining together, shall we?
I mean, from what I saw, it seemed to be a pretty big obliteration. Like, obviously Labour wasn't wiped out, but it was... I lost like 1,000 seats. And Reform gained... Like, Reform gained every single... basically as much as Labour lost, and then a little bit extra. I think... Oh, God. I know this is more salt mining than actually going over the elections themselves, but it was like, I think Reform gained like 1,490 some, top of my head, and Labour lost like a 1,450 some seats, or something along those lines, if I remember correctly from what I saw. And Labour still has like 1,000 total, but the fact that they lost over half of what they originally had, and Reform basically gained everything that they did get, is insane. Like, a huge absolute win for Reform. I don't like Reform. I don't like Nigel Farage. But I do hate the Labour Party. And them getting wiped is great. Like, that's... And the Conservative Party is also dead. I was actually more surprised at how much of the Conservatives were left. I think it was like 800 some seats, if I remember correctly, once again, for how much the Conservatives still were able to keep. And it's just like, that's 800 more than you guys deserve. I was actually expecting Reform to take more from them. But they're still a lost cause, right? They're still so much smaller than they actually should be. Well, maybe that should be. They're bigger than they should be. But they're smaller than what, for being the two major parties, right? The left and the right party, even though they're basically the same. They're just being demolished, and it's great. It's great. Just relishing in their suffering is amazing here. And then Keir Starmer had a whole like 3-minute speech talking about, oh, it's my fault, I'm so sorry, but you know, we'll win. Again, we were focusing too much on the negatives and not enough on the positives. And it's very stereotypical, like, canned political speech that doesn't actually say anything of substance. And I'm like, yeah, you sit there, and you hold your hands behind your back knowing you're powerless to do anything because you can't, nobody likes you. No one fucking likes you. And so therefore you'll ruin this country with the next few years that you have left. Because that's all you actually can do. Because you're useless and everyone fucking hates you. And thank you, Ultra Saga, for the 50 shekels. Thank you for your generosity tonight. Thank you so much. You're being very nice. Like, this is... How's your project coming, by the way? Not good. Not good. That project of mine that I was working on, yeah, it's not going well. And it's not because I'm having any problems with the project specifically, it's I'm having problems with myself, called I'm lazy and demotivated. Yeah. Yeah. But we don't talk about that. It's fine. Moving on. Well, we're going to enjoy the salt that's coming out from the labor being destroyed here.
This is a fucking disaster. People in this country are thick as shit, says Frank on football. Yeah, sorry, Frank. Sorry to disappoint you. So the obvious thing to do now is just cram through proportional representation. Whoa, hang on. Have you considered that actually you will proportionally get a bunch of even further to the right parties? And I love this. Oh, we lost. We lost this election, guys. Well, we better change the voting system because that's how democracy works. When it doesn't get...
I was muted. I was muted. God damn it. Thank you, chat. I'm sorry, I'm retarded. Okay, I was saying, thank you, Zaylee Zizia, for the raid. I was wishing you a good stream. And I was explaining that we're watching Sargon Akkad cover the local elections where reform completely destroyed labor. Or mostly destroyed labor. My apologies for me being retarded, but thank you for the raid. And my apologies, chat, for being extra retarded here. How is she this dumb every time? Because I forgot to unmute! I forgot to unmute! Okay? Like, I was letting Sargon talk. I was blowing my nose. And I saw the raid. And yeah, anyways. Hello, everyone. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm dumb.
When you lose an election, you change the mechanisms so you win every election in the future. That's democracy. It's like, is it really? Is it? Anyway, then let's talk about some of the reform candidates who won. Because they're really funny. Really funny. And Chad patriots in most cases.
I should probably address the fact that they want to change the elections. How elections are done. Of course, such sore losers. Like, I'm not a fan of democracy, right? Voting, you should vote, right? You know, keep on voting your way out of this. You know, work within the system as best as you can. But I'm not a fan of democracy. I'm not a fan of voting. So I'm not actually against voting reforms or no actual. I want actually just get rid of democracy entirely. Not sure what to replace it with, but some man smarter than me can figure that out. But it shows that like they lose, get absolutely destroyed, and like yes, we must change how voting works so our enemies can't actually function within the system. Great, yeah, nice job. That's totally gonna work. See, this is the whole like I understand the sentiment of not being able to vote our way out of this, but seeing reform win with such a huge landslide within these local elections shows that voting can still actually work to a certain degree. The issue of voting is not the process itself. The issue of voting is the parties and people that come into play when they actually win. And in Reform's case, they're not going to solve the problem of Britain. They're not going to deport anybody. They're the party of Browns. Like Greens are the party of commies and Browns, and Reforms are the party of Browns. There are so many videos at the very over the past few months of them using Indians walking around advertising, vote for Reform UK, all this fun stuff. And Nigel, excuse me. Nigel Farage has come out saying that he's not going to do remigration or anything like that. He's backtracking every single migration policy. But still, they're still trying to advertise themselves as people who are against the illegal migration that's happening. He's a complete scam. But it's still a sign seeing the labor and conservatives being just completely destroyed and wiped out from being the two major parties and replaced with reform. And give it a few more years, Restore should be replacing Reform, and that is the correct party. So this is an example of how to use it within the system, and of course they don't like the system now because they lost. Nigel is a what bagel? That's a kind. That's kind for him. Nigel is needs to be deported as well. Let's just say. Reform genuinely scares me. Don't trust any of these fuckers. Yeah, actually, you know, I kind of actually agree with that sentiment, right? Because with conservatives, I know what I'm getting with conservatives, right? It's just labor lights. Labor going the speed limit. They're gonna say they're gonna be against immigration, but they're not gonna do anything. They're gonna import more people legally, as they always do, and they're just gonna be useless. Labor. I know what I'm getting with it. It's just a bunch of fucking commies. And global, apparently both conservatives and labor are global homo, right? But they're going to import more people too. They're not actually going to take care of the borders. They're going to raise taxes, add more green energy bullshit. So labor is still technically worse than conservatives, but not by a huge margin. I know what to expect with them from both labor and conservative, but reform are snakes. Nigel is a snake that needs to be stomped on and beheaded. Not literally, because that's, illegal. But they need to be completely cast out because they say one thing, but then behind the scenes, backstab and throw people out for actually stating what's necessary to do such things. And then they turn tail and then change their stance on the next minute. And a pander to people that hate them. They absorb all the conservatives. Like I said, the whole Indian going door to door, that whole thing, but they're tricking people into believing that they're actually going to handle immigration properly when they're not. And they're more nefarious than conservatives are, and labor when they say it, because that conservatives and labor are not going to do it. But Reform's actually trying to be like the third position, right? Reform's going to be like the third party coming in, actually doing it right. In reality, they're not. And that's why a lot of people are skeptical about Restore. Because, Reform with Nigel has been a disaster. Homeland Party shot themselves in the foot. UKIP has been dead in the ditch for years. And so it's like, okay, is this going to be another party that's going to be lying to us? Are going to back out of it when shit hits the fan? Just... I don't know. But I do think Restore is genuine. I think Rupert Lowe was genuine, but I understand people's hesitancy because of that factor.
As you can see from the Liverpool Echo here, Reform UK candidate who said the Holocaust was a hoax wins seat in local elections. Media sounds like, well, I'm butthurt about this. But apparently, to the good people of Liverpool, not a problem, mate. I think you get some just really mental ones. A Reform candidate.
I did not know there's a Reform candidate that said that. He should Restore. Because that would be better fit, frankly. Because Reform has just constantly backstabbed and thrown people out for being actually harsh on immigration. But saying the Holocaust is a hoax, well, that's A-okay.
Who said the racially aggravated rape of a Sikh woman was good has now been elected as a councillor in Essex. Jesus Christ. And you think, okay, that's really bad, because that is bad. But it gets possibly worse. Hope Not Hate have been making sure that everyone is well aware of the social media posts that Reform candidates make. Now, I just want to be clear, right? I don't take any of these things seriously. These are social media posts. Yeah, they're not very nice. But a lot of it is just people venting their spleen. It's just the people being angry at the state of the world. Ben fantasizes about impaling Muslims, enjoys crude anti-black stereotypes, and believes Keir Starmer is beholden to a globalist Zion cult. Well, I mean, he could be for the Greens as well, let's be honest. Anyway, he, of course...
Oh my god. I didn't realize Reform had such base candidates. I just thought they just absorbed conservatives. Nice. I'm happy to hear this. I mean, obviously, rape is still bad for the one candidate that said the Sikh woman was a good thing. Right, disavow there. But I remember that story of the Sikh woman because that was only like a couple weeks ago now. If I remember correctly, there was a white man who raped a Sikh woman because she was Sikh. Like, it was specifically a racially motivated rape in this case. And he got, like, 20 years or something like that, or life. It was a really long sentence, which you know what, hey, I'm not against that. Rape is bad, right? But the controversy around it was the fact that the white man did it to a Sikh woman, and he got, 20 years plus. But when the Pakistani rape gangs do this to, young girls, nothing happens. They get a slap on the wrist at best. And the double standards are just insufferable. And so, obviously, the rape of her is bad, right? But I can maybe understand the set of why he said good, because it just showed the double standards that do happen within Britain when it happens to white girls versus brown girls. Good for reform for having these candidates. They should go to Restore where they belong.
Won spectacularly, absolutely demolished, as Chris puts out, and he romped home, absolutely annihilated the competition. Literally more than the Labour, Tory, and Green combined. Wiped them out.
Base?
I mean, it gets better. Does anyone know if Derek got in? Derek Bullock, quote, shoot the Packies on the spot. Is this official reform policy? Well,
yes.
He did win. He is now a reform councillor. So I mean, he looks like a fairly serious man, doesn't he? I love that he's just making Steve Laws look like an absolute moderate. There's like, wimpy Steve Laws to Andrew Gold. No, we don't want to kill anyone. Chad, Derek Bullock, Boomer, shoot the Packies on the spot. Jesus. All right, Derek.
Okay, I have to defend Steve Laws. I like Steve Laws a lot, okay? But like I know what Sargon's trying to say here. You know what? I kind of agree because shoot the Packies on the spot. But Steve Laws is still trying to push the narrative within like Steve Laws and Zoomer Historian have been the extremists, right, pushing the narrative, and then the normies kind of follow, and they still have to do that. Like they know normies are not going to listen to them specifically, but they're pushing the culture overall, which is very important, which is actually allowed reform to kind of get away with this, and for him to say shoot the Packies on the spot. There. It's pretty fucking great. Pretty fucking great.
Show some mercy for the children, at least.
No, they're all fucking roaches.
Oh. And then it just keeps going. Reform candidate who said Nigerians should be melted down to fill in potholes wins seat. This Metro article comes across like they're trying to hold him to account. Look, promises made, why aren't the promises being kept? But again, do people care? No. Who knows if they agree or not? Well, they voted for him, so...
I mean, to be fair, most people probably don't realize these reform candidates actually made these comments, right? They just know about reform and what they're promising. Nigel Farage, and just sees reform by his name. I mean, maybe they do know him because it is the local elections, so there's definitely that possibility. But chances are they probably don't actually follow him on Facebook or Twitter, wherever they're saying this stuff, which is usually pretty Facebook, because Facebook's still really popular in Britain, especially among these older folks. Here. They probably don't know that, but I mean, also, base, it gets rid of two problems at once: the foreigners and the pothills.
Metro has contacted Reform UK for comment. I can't wait to hear what the comment on that is going to be. But the thing is, if Reform kick these people out, right? One, cringe, but two, then they've not learned anything yet, have they? Like when Hope Not Hate and Metro and all these other like shit lib outlets are just like, or communist outlets, are just like, oh, look what this person said. And then you win with staggering margins over Labour and Conservatives. And then you're like, yeah, well, we're going to kick that guy out. Why? They just won.
Well, if I remember correctly, Hope Not Hate actually works really closely with Reform and Nigel. This was reported a few years ago, so I'm not sure if things have changed. I'm assuming not, because the problem with Nigel is that he is part of the elite, right? He only cares about his own ego and his own wallet. He doesn't actually want to solve the problems. He just panders to it, because he's the textbook definition of what a grifter is. That's what Nigel Farage is. And he makes these parties, uses his name to go back behind it, make them popular, and then if they don't get as far as he wants, or he sees something new and shiny, he'll jump ship and join them. He did the same. There's a party before the UKIP. I can't remember off the top of my head. He did the same with UKIP, and he's also destroying Reform from the inside, because they're so wishy-washy and going back on everything they promised. But they are an established party for the past couple of years, claiming that they're going to do something about immigration, and then saying that they're not at the same time. Restore has only been officially a party for 3 months now. They got established as an official party in February, and they won the Greater Yarmouth, I believe, with flying colors. So give them a few more years, and they'll probably demolish as well. But reform is being psyops. So I can see maybe them being kicked out, but Sargon is correct. They're winning with flying colors. And if they get kicked out for these comments, that's going to hurt Reform even more when Restore is right there, wrapped up and ready to go to demolish them. So I don't think Nigel Farage is that dumb to kick these guys out, but it also depends on how much pressure Hope Not Hate gives them because of how closely together they are working. So it's hard to see. It's hard to judge here.
But I mean, so far they haven't kicked them out, so who knows? Anyway, yeah, so numerous Reform UK candidates have had Hope Not Hate articles written about them over the controversial comments of being elected, and obviously roaring nationalists just like, England! That's great. That's so great. Anyway, let's move on to the crash outs, shall we? The absolute crash outs. Because I can only assume that the very online people have seen all of this. The shoot packies on site, melt Nigerians down into pothole filler, and all these other like terrible tweets that a bunch of them posted.
Are they terrible though? I'm just saying. Once again, solves two problems: the foreigners and the potholes. And the shooting also solves the foreigner problem too. It's the Poland style way of handling stuff. I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad.
See them getting elected, and they're like, okay, right, it's over then. If these are the guys getting elected.
The audio is playing, but the video is not moving. Hold on. Let's try this again.
These are the like terrible tweets that a bunch of them posted. See them getting elected, and they're like, okay, right, it's over then. If these are the guys getting elected, should we watch some compilations?
You know the saying, like, I'm not even angry anymore, just disappointed.
Obviously, she got rainbow hair.
Like, actual shit rainbow hair.
I'm fucking livid and disappointed and horrified.
Can I refer you to the roaring nationalist tweet?
There goes my future.
Based.
There goes my rights.
Based.
It's fine, didn't want them anyway.
I wish Reform was half as base as these leftists think that they are. I wish they would actually take women out of the workforce and shove them into the homes and forcibly impregnate them. But Reform is not going to get anywhere close to that. They don't even touch anything with women's rights. They don't even care about women's rights. Their whole main thing, Grift, is talking about immigration, but then go backtracking on it immediately. Like, they're not going to do anything about that. I fucking wish they would, but they're not. No, stop crying about it. See, this is why women shouldn't have any opinions or right to vote or anything like that, because of this delusion that she's in.
Thank God, because what were you going to do with them? Abort children, maybe? Like, get a job working for the government or in the local university or something? You're like, what were you going to do? Vote green?
That's copyrighted music. God damn it. Red wine.
Yeah, I love this. This is obviously an American. It's just like, oh no, I moved to escape Donald Trump. Yeah, well, unfortunately, you're getting it over here as well. It's going to be disappointing, but trust us, we're going to win in the end.
It's fine. It's absolutely fine. I know that the Oi Oi Savaloys are going to be all over the internet today. Oh, we won, we're coming to get you, deport.
I fucking
It might
wish.
be a little worse than that, judging by some of the things I've said.
I'm all right. My area, there wasn't even, I swear there was like one reform candidate and he's not getting in. So I'm probably going to have a green councillor, if I'm honest with you. This is going to be all green in my area, and that's fine with me because I will get the local services that I need and deserve while you lot get nothing.
That is such a selfish third world opinion right there. Like, it's no surprise the brown woman votes for green. Okay, no surprise there. I wish reform did actually get in and win within her section, just so she would actually be deported and she would be molding. I mean, she wouldn't actually be deported, but like at least the thought of it, right? Because she should be deported, right? She should be tossed out and re-immigrated, right? But she's like, yeah, I don't care if other people within the country are freaking out about this and not going to be, worried about being deported. My area is going to be green, so I'm safe here. Not realizing that if reform wins all the local elections, it means they'll probably win the primary election. Well, hopefully Restore wins that, but, we're going based off the information now. And then she is a whole entire country, so she still would be deported there. Like it's very much a like first principles idea, not understanding the consequences and the signs and how the winds change and what the people are actually wanting. She's only caring right here, right now, and about herself. Very third world brown coded, completely. I just. Is that mindset? Yes, 100% is that mindset, which makes sense. She's Indian. Ugh.
Holy shit. I'm totally on the deport bandwagon now.
Who's laughing now?
I have a question for all the people that have voted for reform. What's going to happen to your cheeky Chinese? What's going to happen to your doner kebab? What's going to happen to the food and the takeaways that you like to get?
It's always about the food. Who cares about the food? The English have recipes handed down from generation to generation for over 1,000 years. They have their own culture. They just existed just fine without the Chinese and the kebabs and the takeaway and all that fun stuff. Like, they don't need it. And yeah, it's nice to have, but it's not necessary. And now that it is the modern age and Google exists, and we already have the recipes, it is much deeper than just food. That's the problem. But they always try to go back to the food because that's something good, right? I like Chinese. I like spicy food. I like Asian food in general, and I like tacos. I like the slappa. What can I say? But I would get rid of all my favorite food, which would make me very sad. But I would do that in a heartbeat. In order to deport all the fucking browns in my country, I can sacrifice my favorite foods for my country because I can think beyond just my own selfish desires in 15 seconds ahead. Unlike the Indian woman in the shown beforehand and this black guy, because they only care about the food.
What's going to happen to that? Since you wanted to vote, I've got answer it.
Why are people?
I love this. As if Nigel Farage. They've got this wild caricature of Nigel Farage in their head that he is, literally Hitler. And that he's just like, right, every person with brown skin in the country is just getting yeeted off the cliffs of Dover. It's like, no, you have no idea how wet Nigel Farage is.
Yes.
Voting for reform. Did you learn nothing from Brexit? They're not a party. They're a business. They don't care about the people. They don't care about you. Problems with this country aren't coming in boats. They're flying in private jets.
Oh.
I was going to agree there's a business and they don't actually care about you. But it's not the, and I guess I can agree with the whole flying in private jets. The problem is because of them only enriching themselves and not actually trying to solve the problem. They just pander to what the people want, and then they get in office and then immediately backtrack on everything and gather as much cash as they can, and then until they have to actually get forced out there. So I can actually kind of agree with this sentiment. And it is the people in the private jets like Boris Johnson that did bring in the the so-called Boris wave. It's literally labeled him for a reason because he allowed this to happen, and other conservatives they made it worse. Same with Labor. Uh, so yeah, I would agree it is the politicians' fault because they are allowing this to happen. They're being paid by George Soros, the World Economic Forum, the UN, the EU in general, right? All these global hobo nonsense to bring in the immigration. So the problem isn't actually the boats themselves. I can actually kind of agree with this sentiment here. However, that's not actually his argument. He's a communist, a brown communist. I know his argument is just like, oh, it's because the rich are the problem, blah 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 blah. It's not the Browns coming in and raping our daughters. It's like, come on, like the fact that they're allowed in is the problem there because they are raping children, they are murdering en masse. That's why the boats are a problem, but the politicians are causing this.
Oh my god, what trite green nonsense. Anyway, let's carry on.
Say you won't forget me.
It's sad to look at, man. This is sad to look at.
Reform's gonna set us back literal centuries. Oh, god, don't promise me a good time. Honestly, like, I wish Farage was what they thought he was.
Same.
Do you know you have 30 minutes?
What? I mean, just thinking that Farage is going to put them back into like the Handmaid's Tale is wild. How? I mean, you just have to genuinely be phenomenally online and out of touch to think this.
What's happening?
Actually crying. Like her eyes are puffy. You could see in the light there. Like there's like tears in her eyes. She's got the snot trailing down her nose and she's sniffling. She's actually legitimately crying over this. This is why women shouldn't be in politics. This is why they shouldn't vote. They're too emotional. They don't know what's happening. They feel things, and therefore how it is. Ugh. Well, at least you can laugh at them when they do.
What's happening?
What's
We've had
happening?
enough.
What's happening?
I can't lie, let's start packing up bags now. I can't lie, it's peak.
Oh, oh, nope, it went too far. Sorry, my arrow key got a little sticky, and I don't know how to clean my keyboard, so therefore I don't know how to actually clean the thingy. Come on. Where's that end wall at? There we go. He has such a strong accent, and he literally looks like an ape. I shouldn't have said that, because then Ryder's gonna have to edit that out of the video. But literally just gives me like orangutan vibes here. But anyway, like, and it's just he's not British. He doesn't even have the accent. Not that it really matters. But still, but I don't really care. And he's just acting just like a very typical black as well. YH long day. What the fuck is YH? A young homie? Yes, Hitler. Yeah. I don't fucking know. There, like, it just cope and seethe. Look at those nostrils. Exactly. Like they really are flaring. Like once again, like an orangutan. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Sorry, Ryder, you're gonna have to edit this out of the video, but I'm gonna do it. Dang. Here. Okay. Well, let's see. Is this good enough? Oh. Look at this, right? Like, just the nostril flare is like the same. And like the jutting of the chin out like that as well. There's no like tongue out in this case. But just I don't know. It looks, I don't know. Looks pretty similar. Or oh, like there. Hmm. The eyes are too close together, so maybe not a orangutan. Maybe we should have gone for like a gorilla or something else like that. But I mean, anyway, moving on. Moving on here.
I can't lie, let's start packing up bags now.
I can't even understand what he's saying. It basically would be the orangutan talking.
Means that you're losing me for life.
Hey, reform of one. That's us GAYs going to prison and
GAYs.
I don't even know why you'd think that. Reform of one, oh god, Nigel Farage is going to put all the gays in prison. What? What are you talking about?
Like, not even restored, right? Rupert Lowe hasn't even addressed the gay question, okay? Like, whatsoever. Nobody actually cares about the gays. Like, I know we went in depth talking about what the evils that they do and the monkeypox and all that fun stuff and how disgusting that they are earlier in the stream. But most normal people don't actually care about the gays because there's a very live and let live mentality. Because they're not really harming anyone. The problems come in when they adopt kids and, you know, assault them and all that fun stuff. But, like, it's still, like, most normal people don't care about, especially in Britain, where they're a lot more accepted about the gays than in America is, even now. Nigel's not going to touch this. Rupert Lowe and Restore doesn't have any policy about it, so what do you think Nigel's going to care about it? Like, they're trying to get their oppression points for nothing.
Probably going to get the Farage wave, man. Like, why would you think this?
having everything taken away.
Stop with the copyrighted music!
I can't lie, everybody pack your bags. Everybody pack your flipping bags right now.
God, please.
Because what do you mean reforms wouldn't buy that much? Yeah. Long.
Oh, that's a great point that she's making there. Because it's just not actually anything. She's just being e-thought, showing her face and her tits. The fact that some of these winning reform candidates are brown people is genuinely beyond me. So, this goes back to the whole racial aspect within politics that nobody actually really wants to properly address. Is that England is a light country, 100%. I know America's quite a point of attention because of how much immigrations we've had over the past few years, or past few decades, I should say. But you cannot, without a doubt, argue that England is a white country because the English are white and they've lived there for thousands of years. And so that's actually part of the problem with reform, is the fact that they do have so many browns within it, and yet they claim they're talking about immigration. They clearly don't actually want to solve the problem. And the left, some parts, other aspects of the left can see the same thing too, but from a different aspect of things. They see the Browns as traitors for going with reform, going against their people, like Uncle Toms. I wish they were Uncle Toms, but they're not. They think they can be the exception there. And so they're like, oh, I can't believe these reform candidates are also Browns. They're race traitors. How dare they vote against their own interest here? Trying to throw us others under the bus. Like, because you should all vote for Labour or the Greens, because that's the party for the Browns, not the actual English. They know they're different. They know they're different. They'll claim to be English, but they know they're different here. Most of the brown ones actually lost. Both Connor and Lotus Eaters covered that. Oh, they did? Congrats. Good for them for doing that, because I'm glad they fucking lost. But then again, if they're brown, they're probably in the areas that are most dominated by the Greens. That's gonna be my theory as to that.
Man, they're not taking it well, are they? So, one video that I found is particularly interesting was this.
Actually, that video that he just played there, that I was complaining about the copyrighted music about, the whole entire like minute 30 thing, is so I cold tweeted that because the thing about it, he didn't play the whole video, but if you watch the whole minute 33 seconds of it, every single one of those people complaining about reform winning are women or browns, and the only white guy is the gay dude. I kid you fucking not. The only white guy is gay. I don't think that he's a good representation for what the actual white British men represent and stand for. So we got women who shouldn't be in politics and shouldn't be voting. We got browns that shouldn't be there in the first place. And so the only one opinion that could possibly matter would be the gay dude. But he's clearly effeminate because he's gay, and a beta male because once again he is gay. So all in all, for a minute and 33 seconds with multiple different people melting down over reform, none of the opinions matter. None of them do. Like, the woman shouldn't be involved in politics, the brown shouldn't be there, and the gay man's effeminate, doesn't have any kids, he shouldn't be voting. None of their opinions matter. So they can cry and call and seethe and cope as much as they want, but who cares? Who cares? You shouldn't be involved whatsoever. So, suck it.
So, one video that I found is particularly interesting was this one. Now, it's 2 minutes long, so I won't play the whole thing. But it's a Muslim guy in his car where he's like, look, it's not necessarily, like, he's not saying that, like with these other ones, that reform are just going to start goose-stepping down the street, shooting every Paki that they see on sight,
I wish.
right? Which is obviously not what they're going to do. What he's saying is what this indicates is the general tone of the British public is we've had enough of immigration, and in his case, he thinks Islam. I'll play a bit.
So the Muslims now need to understand that in order for you to preserve your Islam, your morality, your dignity, you have to now move back to your own lands. This is the highlight. This is a real issue that we need to understand now, that we need to talk about this elephant in the room now. There's no point denying these things. There's no point putting your head in the sand. You have to have these conversations now, that we have to question our existence in the UK, and for that of our kids, that do we want to be in an environment where we are not wanted, where our values are not wanted, where Islam is not wanted?
Yeah, you're not fucking wanted. And he's trying to talk to like other Muslims here, and be like, okay, we need to move back now because we're not wanted. Good. Like, this is actually, I'm glad they're waking up and realizing it, but it does show how selfish that they are. They didn't come here to assimilate, right? They didn't come to Britain for the tea and the crumpets and the Big Ben. They didn't come over to Britain for the freedoms and ideals and the entirety of British culture and the benefits and boons it's given to the world. They came over to leech off the taxpayers and to get as much welfare as possible, to steal their jobs that they actually are working, and just repopulate and take over. And now reform winning, even if Farage is a wet noodle and a backstabber, does show the fact that there is a tide, right? The winds are changing. People are tired of immigration and of Muslims for constantly for the rape gangs, for not properly assimilating, for spitting on the English people, and ruining their lives. And they're realizing that they go move back so they can actually keep their culture, because they never meant to assimilate to begin with. They just wanted to loot and pillage. I'm glad he's actually trying to speak to his fellow people about this instead of just having a meltdown about it, because it's such a mask off I mean, it just proves everything that the right has been saying for ages now. But it still is a good mask off the show that they never meant to assimilate. So go back. Fuck off.
That's the genuine question.
Oh, is it doing that thing again? Hold on.
That's the genuine question. Because actually, underlying all of this, there is something that's being said, and that is, in most part, the English have had enough. We just don't want the changes that have been inflicted on our country. And whilst Nigel Farage isn't actually going to enact any of the things that these people have said, this is the indication that the smart people will take from it. It's like, oh, right, okay, people are voting for what they perceive to be the far right for a reason. And Nigel Farage was the big winner of the local elections, whether you like it or not. So this is actually the thing to take from it. And then you get the sort of like, oh, the old people deciding our future. It's so annoying. It's like, yeah, but maybe you're retarded and have no life experience. And actually, it'd be better for someone else to decide your future. I mean, you get these just ridiculous things here. Proud British mum vows to flee Handmaid's Tale UK after early reform election wins. I mean,
this is just like when Trump won in 2016 and then in 2024. All these people claim that they're going to flee and seek refuge in Canada or someplace else. They're not going to leave. They're just virtually showing how much, to the fellow leftists, how much they hate their country, even though their country gave them so many benefits and boons that they can't even count and realize what has happened. And but they're not actually going to leave because it's too comfortable. I mean, there's lots of problems within the UK. It's not actually that comfortable with how bad the economy is there, but it's still what they grew up and raised in, and they're still doing relatively well for themselves, all things considered. It's the grass isn't greener on the other side, and so they're just acting like they're gonna leave, be like, oh, we're being oppressed, the Handmaid's Tale, oh, immigration, whatever their complaint is, but they're not gonna leave. They're not gonna leave. They're gonna sit there and complain and complain and then complain some more, and then not do anything about it.
I just don't even know how you get to this point. But apparently the UK is becoming racist, and apparently that's the Handmaid's Tale. I know racism has been around for a very long time, but it's coming back, basically. And so this is Handmaid's Tale. I regularly see posts in my area of people warning about mixing of breeding and mixing ethnicities. No, you don't. No, you bloody don't. You absolute liar. I don't believe you at all.
I mean, if you hang out in the Zoomer historian circles, you will see that. But I don't think some crazy leftist is actually seeing that kind of stuff. But also, there are a lot of people, even normies, talking about how the British people soon won't be whites. So that is going to be a bit more mainstream. So I'll believe her on that aspect. But as for the mixing of breeding and mixing ethnicities, that's still talked about within the far right, quote unquote far right there. Zoomer historian type of style within Britain. And that's one thing Restore is going to have a huge problem with, is the question on mixed race individuals, because that is a landmine to step on, but it is a question that needs to be addressed and answered properly. And there's no good way to do that without upsetting a lot of people.
But again, this is the signal that's being transmitted through the noise. You can imagine how they were taking on Blue Sky. But on Blue Sky, generally, obviously, they were melting down. But again, after all the noise, there was a signal that goes through it. And this is where it goes. The threat to the right of reform. The threat is to the right of reform. I hope the media will start to show some interest in what Rupert Lowe is building and with who. The pieces thus far have been fluff. Yeah, I mean, Restore's press coverage so far has just been, Jesus, they want to do these things. It's like, yeah, great. So this one's another good one. Farage's reform have won big in Norfolk, and my constituency, the even more odious Rupert Lowe, put up 9 candidates from his party across the wards and all been elected. Voting queues were bigger than I'd ever seen. So plenty, very...
Based, good. Good within the Norfolk constituency. If you live in Norfolk and you're in my chat, I am proud of you. Good.
Determined to get their vote in. That's right. Voting queues bigger than you've ever seen for Restore Britain.
Oh, I misunderstood. It's her constituency, not Norfolk in particular. But you get my point, okay? Good for if you live there.
Love it. Then you get more. I still have Facebook, and the amount of Rupert Lowe and reformers chucked into my feed is insane. I thought Lowe's the chairman of Southampton, not some racist old C-word. They're not happy. They're not happy. They can feel that the wind has changed. It is blowing against them. And again, I think Farage is weak sauce, but at the end of the day, it's still indicative of the direction of travel of the country, and the tremendous victory in Great Yarmouth, as we see them complaining about, is even more indicative that this is just the first wave. This is just the first step on the road. So if you'd like to join us for the rest of the journey, I'll leave a link in the description to join the Restore Britain party, and we will see you at the local branch meeting tomorrow.
Hell yeah. See, this is what I talked about a little bit earlier in stream. About how, you have to take in the good news and not blackpill as much. Even if there is better out there, right? Even if, it's still not all perfect as it should be. Like, reform is shitty, right? I don't like reform. I don't like Nigel Farage and when he's done with the party. And because I think Restore Britain is better. I still can recognize that reform just winning in a landslide and demolishing all the other parties, especially the two major ones, is a huge sign that times are changing, sentiments are changing, and people are waking up and realizing the damage that these parties have done to the country, damage immigration has done to the country, and want to try to fix it the best way they can, which is through voting. That is the peaceful right way to fix it, is through voting. And then if things don't change, well, that's a different story. But you have to vote your way out of this. It's pretty fucking good. It's great to see Sargon had real-world impacts, as a lot of the top guys in Restore grew up on Sargon. Yeah, like, Sargon and Lotus Eaters are very closely related with Restore, and have been talking about Rupert Lowe for years, even before Restore was actually really a thing. So it's definitely been a long time coming, and it's like, listen, I know a lot of people still like Sargon. I feel like I've noticed that a little bit more people seem to actually be liking him more since I've been showing how Sargon is now compared to what he was 10 years ago, because a lot of people have that bad taste in mouth of what he was like 10 years ago as a classical liberal, and I can understand why. But it has been 10 years. He has changed. He has evolved. And I don't really think of him as a grifter type of changing. It seems like a really genuine part of this. And you cannot deny that what he has built is fantastic and amazing. You cannot deny that without the Lotus Eaters, Restore and Rupert Lowe would not have as much coverage as they do. It basically would be just Sargon by himself, which Sargon does a good enough job as it is, and Sargon is the one that made the Lotus Eaters, but all the Lotus Eaters guys have completely sprung out and be successful themselves. Like, Callum started as Sargon's right-hand man before the Lotus Eaters, and he does all these famous tourism and XYZ, shithole videos that do very well. And then, Connor Tomlinson, even though I don't really care for Connor too much, has been very successful ever since he left the Lotus Eaters. And he's got a wife and twins along the way too. Well, good for him. Josh, I know he semi-left the Lotus Eaters. I'm not exactly sure what he's doing now. I know he started his own YouTube channel there for a bit, but hasn't done too much about it. But like, he's still a well-beloved Lotus Eater, and decently well. And so, but all these different people have taken the Lotus Eaters and become something and grown from it, and then when they do leave, they become even bigger and able to push the narrative and the culture even further. And it's all thanks to Sargon and the Lotus Eaters that he's created. He is essential to British politics. He means nothing to us Amerikanskis. But if you do care, if you're British yourself, right, actually English, or you're Anglophile like me who likes British politics, or you at least recognize the fact that Britain and America have a very close related history, and you know we should be allies and get along. You recognize the importance of Britain, or if you're just simply pro-white and you hate how mass immigrations ruin the entirety of the Western world, you can recognize that Sargon is a pillar of British politics now. And you gotta respect him for that. Speaking of appreciating Sargon a lot better, here is the link to the video. Make sure you give it a like, you know, watch, you know, a few minutes of it to give it the view. Maybe leave a comment if you feel so inclined, to give Sargon the view, because I am the react slop, alright? I am the dumb VTuber talking over him. So do that. Oh, that's a good comment. The best thing to tell them is to not look back in anger. Oh my god, imagine the amount of salt you can mine off of them for telling them not to look back in anger like that. After all the terrorist attacks because of immigration, Muslim immigration in particular, that have occurred in the UK, and every time that happens, it's just don't look back in anger. Don't look back in anger. Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna look back in anger, and I might just start, committing a bunch of war crimes in the process. Connor has done better and actually grown and become a great commentator and cultural pushback man while becoming more stoic. Yeah, I respect Connor a lot more now than I did back then, but only because of the reason why I respect Connor now is actually a more recent development. It's because of his little spat with that Jew, that did the, oh god, how I covered it, but I have a terrible memory. The one with like my mom died in the holy, right? Talking about how bad Nick Fuentes is and all that fun stuff, anti-Semitism. And Connor went and kissed the wall like 2 months before that. So I was just like, okay, I don't like you, Connor. Like, he went and kissed the fucking wall. I don't trust anybody who kisses the wall, and I still don't trust him because he did kiss the wall. However, it does seem to be that ever since his little spat, his like a week-long debate with me mum died in the holy happy merchant, that he's kind of realized that there is this massive hypocrisy happening between the happy merchants and the British, you know, the British whites, and it has radicalized him further. There. And, you know, I'll give him credit where credit is due. It literally took him a week of trying to have dialogue. It reminds me of Anita, like Sargon and Anita Sarkeesian back in the day, right? Where Sargon was just like, oh, if I just talk to her, then maybe I can make her realize, you know, how misguided she is, and we're not all sexist and rapists and all that fun stuff, right? Connor basically did that for like a week with that tiny hat, and came to the conclusion that you can't actually reason with them, and it was funny to see. Very funny to see that happen. There. I know Sargon was like no to even the trip. I didn't realize Sargon was also invited to that trip, but good for him for saying no. I think Connor saw that they had power and wanted to try to use that pro-English direction, then realized that everyone else did and they could not be worked with. That was his excuse, because I know he got shit on immensely for going to kiss the wall. And he was just like, well, I want to have a good coalition with them because of the anti-Muslim stuff, and he was just like, I'm not actually, like, you know, I still care about England first and all this other fun stuff, and it's just like, nobody believes you. No, everybody knows what happens when you go through this. Nobody fucking believes you, but good luck with that. But then he had a little spat with the Jew, and that seems to have changed. So maybe there is a way to revoke the kissing of the wall. Also, Crowder Prowler, thank you for the dollar redo earlier. Gentlemen, we have to send them all racist thirst traps videos of encouragement to get her to finish her work. Alien, also, how much to watch Gamer Slop James Randall compilation videos? Well, first off, let me put that to Alien. Second, I don't think that's gonna be my motivation for my work. It's a little bit of a deeper issue than me just Okay, well, it's complicated, okay? We're gonna leave it at complicated for now. for why I'm a lazy piece of shit. And then I don't know who James Randall sounds familiar, but I don't know what exactly you're talking about. Like, you're gonna need a link, and usually I'm pretty much a cheap... And I'm pretty much a cheap whore, so usually if you like super chat, you know, more than $1, like I shouldn't say more than $1, that sounds bad. I'll probably do it. But then again, it also depends on how long the video is. James Reynolds compilation videos. Well, there's a few of them. Oh, they're pretty short. I'm not sure what it is. Apparently it's 117? If this is what you're referring to? They're pretty short, but I would need like a link to whichever specific one that you want to talk about. Like if they're like this long, like it's like I don't know, $5. I don't really care. Like I'm a cheap whore once again. There. He didn't kiss it, but he took the trip. That's the same thing in my book. That taking the trip is just bad. See, that's my point, right? Like it's just as bad in my book. Like taking the trip, kissing the wall, same thing. You're still going there. You're still wearing the tiny hats. There's still a whole photo op with him. You're kissing the wall. Too bad. But oh well. Oh well. Well, I shouldn't say oh well. I still don't really exactly trust him, but not much I can really do there. And I am happy he's got married and has twins. A little bit jealous, but anyways. There. Can I pay for Sleepy's essay? I mean, listen. I'm a whore. I will take money. I'm not gonna say no to money. What do you owe me? Of course you can pay for Sleepy's thing. Of course. Thank you, Brandon, for the $10 reduce. Thank you. Sargon should have taken the trip, then ignored the wall and gone to the holy sepulture. Would have been funny as hell. That would be kind of funny, actually. But at the same time, I don't think Sargon could ever get that shaken off of him that he took the trip. Like, he would be lambasted for it way too much. Even if he did do that, just because of him taking the trip. So, probably a good thing he said no. However, still would be funny. Jew? Yes, I am. Listen, chat. Listen. I feel like you're really, oiling my vein here, chat. If you were gonna call me a Jew for just doing my job, okay? I am a simple Evot. If you throw shekels at me, I will do whatever you please. Well, I shouldn't say exactly whatever you please, because I do have standards from time to time. After all, these Khazar milkers do not shake just for anyone. I do have to keep my purity somehow. After all, yeah. Also, and speaking of oiling my vein here, Christos, thank you for the 20 shekels. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. This is what I mean, chat. You gotta rub it the right way, clip those coins in the right fashion. You gotta make sure they don't have those edges on them. Read me a story written by Sleepy. Okay, is it in stream suggestions? Where is his paragraph? Where is his oh, I found it. It's in the Discord. Okay. Oh my god, that is long as fuck. Okay, I can do it though. I can do it. However, before I get started into that, I gotta appreciate more shekels. I gotta appreciate the more shekels. Thank you, Bean. I'm probably not pronouncing that correctly. For the 10 shekels. Thank you for your stream. Always enjoyable. By the way, Cyberpunk Dingo makes some good videos. Well, I'm glad that you like stream. Thank you so much. Thank you. I assume that you also like it when I lick my nose. I like the snot. It's a little bit salty. Got a little bit savory flavor to it. Is that the part? Is that the part that you really enjoy about the streams? That's what I thought. Yeah. Anyways, I don't know who Cyberpunk Dingo is, but if there's a video you want me to watch of him, join the Discord server and put it in stream suggestions, because that is the best way. If you want me to watch something, join the Discord server, put it in stream suggestions, and then I may watch it. But you try to go through it like every few days. Like I go to stream suggestions whenever I want to do a react video first, and then if I don't find anything that I feel like is like particularly interesting or relevant or whatever the case is, then I just kind of find my own stuff at that point. But yeah, if there's something you want me to watch, I'll probably watch it eventually. And I have tabs full of videos that was put in stream suggestions I haven't got around to yet, because anyways, there. But yeah, anyways. But let me do what Christo's paid for, right? He did give me 20 shekels, and 20 shekels is 20 shekels, to read Sleepy's paragraph here. Okay. Oh, and I'm gonna keep the schnoz on, because the first sentence is the problem with white nationalism. I feel like this is a very fitting toggle for that. Okay. The problem with white nationalism. I believe white nationalism might be better if I could actually speak English. I believe white nationalism is an ideological contradiction. The individuals who call themselves white nationalists are not actually white nationalists. The contradiction lies in the term itself, white nationalism. White refers to the European race, the people of European blood, and the total inhabitants of Europe. Nationalism is a loyalty to one's nation. Nation is a fundamentally a people with a shared racial and cultural heritage. Thus, nationalism can be understood as loyalty to one's own people. The reason white nationalism is a contradiction in terms is that white people do not constitute of one single nation. The nations of France, England, Germany, Sweden, America, Russia, Italy, etc. Ooh, Italy. I'm not sure about the Italy empire included in there, huh? A little bit more swarthy for my liking. Are indeed composed of white people and therefore share common blood. However, they do not share a cultural heritage. The cultural differences between white nations is vast. Take, for example, the difference between German and French culture. Two white nations right next to each other with different art, architecture, and sprites. Now compare... Oops. We gotta make sure the snodge is still on. Now compare the English to the Slavs as well. Whatever small cultural commonalities exist, or largely due to the Roman Empire, there's shared white blood and the shared European spirit. If you ask Germans, French, or English people who they are, they will say German, French, or English. While all Germans are white, not all whites are German. A self-proclaimed white nationalist is not truly a white nationalist. A genuine white nationalist would advocate and advance the uniting of all people of the white race and unite into one single nation. Almost no white nationalists do. Does would be the proper thing. Sleepy, tis. The furthest most will go is advocating for a pan-European empire. Even then, they barely consider uniting with the white peoples of America, New Zealand, or Australia. The most damning evidence that white nationalism is an ideological dead end is this. If you ask a white nationalist to choose between two policies, one that benefits his home nation and another that benefits other white nations with larger populations, he will almost always choose the policy that supports his home nation. When a German, Frenchman, Englishman, or American says, I'm a white nationalist, he does not mean I want all white people to unite into one nation. What he really means is that I'm a German nationalist, I'm a French nationalist, and I'm an English nationalist, or I'm an American nationalist. This is the fundamental reason why I never call myself a white nationalist. I am a nationalist for a white nation. I am an American nationalist. Note, this is only why white nationalism is an ideological contradiction, not the problems that can come from it. There we go. Okay. Honestly, I will give the femboy credit where credit is due. I will give femboy credit where credit is due. I hate the fact that he's been right like two streams in a row here. Oh, there. But like, because I do see the point as well. I think it's a minute problem to have with it. Like, I think we have bigger fish to fry than arguing over the white nationalism definition. Because right now, our bigger problem is acknowledging that it's okay to be white. That it's okay to actually be proud of your country. It's okay to be proud about the fact that your country is specifically white. It's okay to advocate for a white America because that's what it's supposed to be. It's okay to advocate for a white England for that case. but still white nationalist has a horrible evil connotation around it. So maybe that actually is a good argument as to why we should get rid of white nationalism, because between the contradiction that he points out and the fact that it is so tainted, creating a new term like kind of like remigration probably would be a good idea. That way it kind of take care of two birds with one stone. I wouldn't be exactly against that. But at the same time, it's just we still need to accept the fact that it's okay to be white and be proud that you can be white because of it. In that case. But I would say he's correct, because one thing I do kind of like try to state a lot of times. There's a reason why when I say Europe, I mean the individual countries. Every time I reference Europe, I usually add the qualifier, a little asterisk there, that I mean the individual countries of it. Because I do, right? Because I do try to acknowledge the fact that Germany and France are completely different from each other. And I do want what's best for them particularly. I do not like the EU because it is trying to take these countries that are obvious they're whites, but they're trying to mesh them into one singular nation that does not actually benefit the people within it. It is trying to erase the lines within them. And I hate the EU. Plus it overregulates and overarches and all other fun stuff that goes into it too. So he's got a point. He's got a point. I just don't know what the term would actually be. I'm not smart enough. I'm not clever enough to actually create terms that would be better fitting for it. Because right now my main focus is actually trying to create some sort of white solidarity. Because I do think that the white countries need to work together to fight against immigration. Fight against the Great Replacement. Because right now, we're so focused on like, oh, I hate the English, blah, 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 blah. Or the Americans are assholes. Or, oh, the Canadians, right? Canada's so cucked. Or, and I get that. We're supposed to have differences, right? We're supposed to have arguments with each other. I get that. And that's, in a way, fine. But we are too focused on pointing to the other country's flaws and not recognizing that we have the same problems happening because we are white, right? When everybody says like Europe is cooked or England is cooked, do you want me to bring up the statistics on America and our demographics here? Do you want me to? Do you want me to bring up plenty of our daily stories of blacks murdering white girls here and raping them too? I can do that. I will do that. Okay? I cover this quite repeatedly on my streams, actually. I can definitely do that for you. So stop pointing to Europe and Britain and saying, oh, they're so cooked, when we are actually worse. But we need to realize it's happening to all of us because we are white. Hence why I do kind of push for the white solidarity. But it's supposed to be a temporary solution, right? Temporary solution where we're kind of like an enemy of my enemy is my friend type of deal. We band together, we destroy the roaches, we wipe out their nests. We fill the potholes with them, and then we go back to our little disputes that we normally have for thousands of years. There. Most Americans can't handle the banter. Lol. Well, it depends if there's a difference between banter or serious. Because there are some people out there, and I do know a few, that are actually quite serious about hating Americans. And I disagree with that, and it kind of does frustrate me a bit. But at the same time, sometimes they have points in other areas. I thank you, God's goofiest guy, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. I wish Sarkhan would post on his Ancient Recitations channel more often. I liked his reading of On Mystery of the Human Condition. As far as more, he hasn't posted on that channel in years, so good luck with that. But it would be good. He's a good speaker, good orator. He's got a great voice. So I for your sake, I wish the same. But the man is busy. He's got the Lotus Eaters. He's got his own channel. Multiple channels between Akkad Daily and then the Sargon live streams he does every once in a while. A family with multiple kids. Various things like that. So probably not going to be happening anytime soon, sadly. Yeah, people in America who hate Europeans are fucking cringe. The thing is, I don't even see many Americans actually hate Europeans. I see more Europeans that hate America. And in a way, I can't exactly blame them for that because we have imported so much. Like, well, not us imported, right? We have definitely... We're the world hegemon. And we're now in a global homo society where we have completely dominated the culture since the end of World War II. I understand why they're tired of us. So, but at the same time, doesn't solve the problem that we're both facing. So kind of suck it up. Suck it up, Europeans. We need to work to this together. And if any American actually attacks you and says, oh, you're cucked or it's all over, blah, 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 I will punch them too. Okay? Stop fighting, little girls. Okay? No cat fights. You're both just as pretty. You're just as pretty in your own different ways. And let's actually solve the problems. Scots are never reading English but working together did produce amazing results. Yeah, see, that's a whole ethnic blood feud for literally hundreds of years I will never understand. But that's definitely the difference in American culture and European culture right there. Right there is a prime example of that. If it's just as bad here, why not call attention to it? Why focus on Europe? Why do both? I mean, Desert Ghost, come on. You know that I talk about American politics most of the time. Like 80% of the time I cover politics, it is American. The other 20% is usually England. But that's because I am an Anglophile. I'll never deny the fact that I am an Anglophile. Like, because I've always loved British culture and British people. Maybe it's my Celtic roots coming back, right? Because I am, you know, if I'm going to do the whole, you know, hyphenated American, I am, you know, partly Scottish American, some sort of sense like that. I've always really liked it, but I will always be America first. I will always talk about America problems first and foremost. And this is part of it. There. Almost got one guide. Well, Desert Ghost has been here for ages, so I won't exactly call him a one guy here. Like, he's a good boy. That's too immoral. That's too degrading. I don't like it when guys are called good boys. Feels weird. Good lad. There we go. Since Sargon's still on screen, we can call him a good lad. a good egg. Something along those lines. There. That's why I'm kind of surprised he's saying this. I disagree. California and New York versus Texas is just as bad as Scotland versus England. Well, I would agree with that too. Well, no, actually, sorry. Yes and no. Like, I agree that California and New York versus Texas is bad, right? Because it's still America, and I hate the fact that, like, oh, we should just, you know, wall off New York and let them, you know, feast upon themselves so they go vote themselves into communism with Zoran Mondami. Or like throw California into the ocean, you know, don't mess with Texas, we're superior. Like, I do think that's actually bad, and I do talk about quite a lot, at least I think I talk about quite a lot, that we shouldn't be doing such we shouldn't be talking about such vile ways to our fellow Americans. But I can understand, but I don't think it's, if anything, I think it's actually, I understand just as bad as like the blood feuds there, but I don't think it's actually that strong. Well, I mean, it can be, but it's not as strong as the Scot versus England, because the Scots and the English, it's important to remember that they didn't have planes and trains and cars. They didn't have the telephone, or even Morse code, back in the day. Like, they took, literally, the fastest route was by horseback, and even that would take you days to get from one end of the island to the other. And so Scots and the English, the Scottish and the English have developed very different cultures, because even though it's a tiny island compared to the rest of America, it's big enough that the people on the southern end versus the northern end were able to separate it. For we're talking hundreds of years. And before we recently gone to the point where we can actually communicate with each other within milliseconds. Before then, if there's a problem, it takes literally days to get resolved, and you have to write letters and send them via horseback. Like, it's not as easy to do that. And so there creates a bigger divide between the Scots versus the English, even though they literally live on the same fucking island. Versus with New York versus Texas, they were created in an era where they at least had the telephone or Morse code, right? And the typewriter, trains, where they can communicate with each other a lot better. for any disputes that happen. Obviously, there's big cultural differences between New York and Texas because of this huge difference between the land between them and everything. But it's nowhere near as severe, and if anything, it's even more illogical than the Scots and the English, because New York has always been American. Texas has always been part of America. Scots have always been the Scottish. The English have always been the English, and there are differences there. So, I agree and disagree at the same time. Don't forget the Welsh. Honestly, Christos, I always forget about the Welsh. I'm sorry for any of the Welsh that actually watched the stream. I mostly focus on the English because I am an Anglophile specifically. But, you know, and then I focus on the Scots second because I am part Scot myself if we're going to go with the lineage tracing. And then I think about the Irish because... but then I always forget about the Welsh because they don't have anything that like really comes to mind when thinking about them. Other than the dragon, right? Saint George and the dragon, and that's about it. I feel bad, but I always forget that they exist. I'm Welsh. Wait, are you actually? Are you actually Welsh? Oh my god. It's okay. The more people forget about you, the less likely bad things are going to be happening in your country. Oh, I remember there was this Welsh podcast that the Lotus Eaters helped promote and cover a few years ago. Because they're talking mostly about Welsh problems. But then... not long after that, then they got demonetized or deplatformed off YouTube. I forget what happened, but basically, the local news agencies went after them after the solicitors covered them a bit and got them removed off of YouTube. I don't know how they're doing anymore. Actually, I still feel bad for them because that's absolutely heinous what has occurred. Disaster for the Welsh? To be forgotten or immigration? Because I would say both. Then. Welsh bros and Shamrock Shambles. Wait, it's the Irish that have the Shamrocks, okay? Irish with the Shamrocks. You're getting your tiny islands confused here. I think it's more Muslims than Welsh now. I have no doubt about that, I'll be completely honest. I have no doubt there probably is actually more of them, and that makes me very, very sad. I don't know much about their culture, I'll be honest, but the fact that they're still being wiped out over fucking Muslims is depressing here. Race mixing there is really bad? Is it? I just figured they're so tiny that they just, you know, kind of just got pushed out completely. Didn't realize there's actually like race mixing happening. I mean, I figured it was probably a little bit, but not like that much, right? The Welsh were Celts that assimilated into the Roman Empire. Oh. Okay then. I did not really realize that. I just kind of... I didn't know exactly what the Welsh were, I'll be honest. Like, I know the Irish and the Scottish are Celts. I know they're very similar in those regards. Didn't know about the Welsh. Well, the Welsh erasure that's happening on Amalgamyte stream. How could I? How could I be so evil and heartless and cruel? I'm joking, but I also kind of feel bad. 1 in 10 relationships are interracial? That's disgusting. Okay, so, when is Nightafrage going to just, like, throw them in the catapults again? Because I feel like that would be the best way to handle such things, I'll be honest. I'll be completely honest. Anyways. Okay, so I'm trying to do two things at once here. Okay, chat. Okay. So it is that time. It is, in fact, that time. I didn't realize I was still this close to the screen. Hopefully that wasn't too creepy. Thank you for being here tonight. It was greatly enjoyable just yapping and chatting about random fucking stuff here. And thank you for your generosity. You guys were really nice tonight. Like, beyond just Eldritch Saga's, you know, throwing down the shekels, like, you guys in general were very nice. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will see you guys on Wednesday, 7:45 p.m. EST. I'm thinking about it should be a Rumble only stream. I should have announced this at the beginning of the stream, but Wednesday should be a Rumble only stream. So if you do not have a Rumble account just yet, you should go make one. We're gonna be on the spicy side of life. We're gonna let the N-words fly, you know, tiny hats, the whole shebang. You know what it is. The femboy has sent me some stuff. Various things along the lines there. So that'll be plans for Wednesday, for the Rumble only stream then at 7:45 p.m. EST. And I will see you then. Thank you for all the subby puppies donos. Oh, speaking of donos, Eldritch Saga, thank you for the $5 redues again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't understand the whole assumption that white nationalists have to save every white. Being white and desire for white descendants should be the baseline. Well, Sleepy's point, he did kind of address that, is the fact that the white nationalists of America would advocate for America's interests even if the population of whites in Germany would be higher. I guess I should just flip them around because Germany's population would be lower than America's. But anyways, the point is, they would always advocate for their home country beyond just the larger population of whites. So, and that's technically kind of true, right? That's technically kind of true. Like, you always focus on the home country instead, even if the other country has more whites within it. So, it's kind of self-sacrificing the white race for your own country, and that's kind of goes against what a white nationalist actually is. So that's kind of the point there. But I feel like it's a little bit too nitpicky for what it is. If you know, for at least in our current stance right now. Okay. So, okay, with that, I will be sending you off. Kick Bros, you're going to Pixel Kitten. She is not political, so do not bring up politics. That is gay. Do not be gay. Kick Bros, you're going to Leaflet. She is political, but, you know, follow her rules. Don't be too spicy. All the fun things. And YouTube Bros, I'm sending you the Fish Princess Mari_EN. She was definitely not political either, so do not bring up politics. Don't be gay. We don't let the gays here. You're disgusting degenerate freaks. Okay? Okay, I will see you on Wednesday, 7:45 p.m. for the Rumble only stream, and have a good night. Good night. Good night. Hasta la vista. Oh, I don't know how to end stream. What, hasta la vista, no, bonjour is hello. Okay, bye!
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we